Right. So Israel is attacking Lebanon because it sees Hezbollah as a threat, because Hezbollah can launch rocket attacks against Israel, and Lebanon can threaten. Hezbollah can threaten the Suez Canal.
Because Israel has been attacking Lebanon, right?
That's right.
Okay, great.
That's right. So Hezbollah is not part of the Lebanese government.
Got it.
And so imagine there are different sectarian groups in Lebanon, and they share power together. And one of these groups is Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is aligned with Iran, and they are committed to protecting themselves from Israel. And Israel sees them as a bunch of terrorists that need to be removed. And Hezbollah, the problem with Hezbollah is that it's extremely popular in Lebanon among the Lebanese people, because unlike the Lebanese government, they're not corrupt, and they provide good services to the people.
Understood. So yes, sometimes we hear about these groups. You hear about Hamas, you hear about Hezbollah,
Yes.
but the people there in some of these countries actually prefer some of these groups, or actually do support some of these groups, because they're kind of an outlier government that's more supportive to the people than the actual government.
That's right. So they're popular because they are able to provide basic community services to the local population. And unfortunately, these governments in the Middle East, a lot of them have proved to be very corrupt, and a lot of their leaders seem to be sympathetic towards Israeli interests. And people suspect that they've been blackmailed by Mossad, because Mossad's very good at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of blackmail could Mossad be doing, do you feel like, in these spaces? Like, you talk about blackmail, and you hear about blackmail a lot.
Yes.
You hear about Mossad.
Yes.
You hear about blackmail in America a lot.
Yes.
Like with the Epstein files and different places holding things potentially over like American politicians' heads.
So I think that rather than use the word blackmail, I think we can use the word influence.
How are they able to have so much influence in the area?
Well, I mean, the easiest way is to become friends with these people, right? So let's just say you're leader of Lebanon. Well, you have children. Don't you want your children to go to the best schools? Don't you want your children to get good jobs, maybe working for like Goldman Sachs, maybe working for a university as a professor? Well, we can help you because we have all these friends in the United States, and we can arrange visas for your kids to go study at elite universities. We can ensure that they get good jobs, right?
Right.
I mean, it's that simple.
Right.
It's that simple. Let's just be friends.
Right.
Right. And so if you're a leader of a place like Lebanon, and the entire place is rife with sectarian violence, there's not much you can do.
The entire place is rife with what?
Sectarian violence. Sectarian violence.
Sectarian violence?
So let me say about sectarian.
Okay. Sectarian
violence.
Sectarian. And sectarian violence is physical conflict and harm between different religious or political groups within a community or nation. There's a lot of that in Lebanon?
Yeah, because you have a lot of different religious groups in Lebanon.
Okay, understood.
You have the Christians, you have the Muslims, and then they're also broken up in like different groups. And there are also like these tribal loyalties throughout the Middle East. So if you're a leader of Lebanon or Iraq or any place in the Middle East, you're dealing with a very volatile political situation. And do you really want to deal with these people, or would you rather use your position to ensure that your children have a better future, right? To help out your relatives, to help out your friends. And that's why they go into these political positions. So and that's the main way that the Mossad is able to exert influence over the Middle East, because they can help these leaders send their money and their children to a safe place in Europe or the United States, and that is just being friendly.
Yeah, that's human survival too.
Exactly.
It's like where you want to survive, you want to be well enough to take care of yourselves.
That's right.
So it's not always like a level of blackmail that's violence. Sometimes it's a level of assistance.
That's right. I'm just helping you out.
Yeah.
Right? We're just helping each other out, right?
Right.
I help out your children, and you help me kill people who are doing nasty things like Hezbollah, right? We both hate Hezbollah because they're terrorists. So we're just like rubbing each other's back.
Yeah. You mentioned the Strait of Hormuz a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Why is that place so important?
Yeah. So that place,
because you hear it all the time. Can you explain it kind of in basic terms and why it's so important?
Right. Okay. the Strait of Hormuz is the linchpin of the Middle East economy because, like, if we just look at this globe, okay, there are certain countries that are.
Yeah, it's just Strait of Hormuz is very important for the entire global economy, mostly because 20% of the oil comes out of the Strait of Hormuz, fertilizer, just a lot of important things, right? And also it's important for the Gulf to survive itself. They don't grow their own food. They don't have a lot of fresh water sources. So, if this war goes on perpetually, it's just going to crash the global economy, especially for Europe, who used to get most of their oil and petroleum from Russia. And then, the war started and now they don't get it. And then they're getting it from the Gulf. But now the Gulf is not able to export their oil through the Strait of Hormuz or through the Bandar Abbas Strait because now the Houthis are, bombing ships over there. So, yeah, it's just a conundrum. But yeah, let's get back into it.
Within the Persian Gulf, right? Kuwait, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, basically Dubai. Now, it's important because there's only one way for them to transport their oil.
Okay, got it.
Right. Okay. Do you see how there's only one passageway? It's like a one-way street.
Got it.
Right. So they're going to take their oil and then transport it to East Asia, and then what they get in return is water and food. Because it's a desert. They can't grow their own food.
Got it.
They don't have their own water.
Okay.
Okay? So that is crucial to their survival. If that were to be eliminated, like suddenly closed off, then UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, all these places would be dead in the water.
Recently, Trump had spoken up. I think it was even just the other day where he said, that Iran will be hit very hard. He's always like, we're going to hit it, we're going to hit him in the, in the fucking head nuts or whatever. We're gonna fucking hit them in the, the mittens they wear on their head. He's always doing something. But it's like he said they're gonna be hit very hard if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open very soon.
Yes.
How is Iran like controlling that effectively right now for themselves? Right.
Yes.
And how successful are they being with their management of the Strait of Hormuz right now?
Yes. Okay. So to answer this question, I have to explain a concept to you called the escalation ladder.
Okay.
Okay. So what is the escalation ladder? It's a very simple idea, which is, in a fight, emotions create momentum. Okay. So, for example, let's just say you and I, we have a fight. I tell a joke. You think it sucks. I get pissed off at you, so I punch you. Right. So what? Then you punch me back. Then I'm like, okay. And then I take out a knife and I stab you. Then you take out a knife and then you stab me. And I take out a gun. I shoot you. You take out a gun. Then you shoot me. Then I take out a bazooka and I hit you. Okay. So but you can see how it's a ladder, and how emotions create momentum, but there's a logic to the escalation. Okay. So understanding the escalation ladder now, I'll explain to you how the war in Iran has been escalating.
Okay.
And how it should continue to escalate if the war continues. So
this is an escalation ladder you're showing involving Iran and the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. So this is the United States. And this is Iran, okay?
Okay.
So,
yeah, Professor Pate talks about this in his, I guess, book or Substack, or whenever he goes on other people's podcasts. He talks about the escalation trap, which is basically, it's a perpetual kind of, going down the drain type system to where you hit me, I hit you, tit for tat type, or like I hit a power plant. Okay, then I'm going to go for your oil field, stuff like that, right? And he basically came to the conclusion that there's no way for the United States to win a war against Iran because Iran would just destroy the entire Gulf infrastructure, and then there will be no way for the global economy to recover from that oil shock, which is, Iran destroying the oil fields, the oil infrastructure, their water sources, their food sources. Like, it's just all completely done, right? So, it's crazy.
We start the war with the United States using something called a decapitation strategy, meaning that what the United States believes that if I take out your leader, now you're leaderless, and therefore you must surrender to me. So in the first day, February 28th, they killed the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran.
The Ayatollah Khamenei, yeah.
That's right. And they killed also a lot of the senior leadership. And this is what we call a decapitation strike. And the assumption is that if you kill the leader, then Iran would break out into civil war and they would surrender to you. And this is exactly what happened in Venezuela a few months back, right? So this is what we call a decapitation strike.
When they got Maduro.
That's right.
Yeah. And he was in jail with 6ix9ine, which is crazy. Okay, yes. So,
Okay.
but it didn't happen here.
But it didn't happen here, okay? So that's the first strike, okay?
So they tried it in Iran. They tried the decapitation strategy.
Yes.
But it didn't break out in civil war.
That's right. That's right. So now what Iran does is it strikes back by closing off the Strait of Hormuz, right?
And but that's because they made a new Ayatollah who took over. Who was that?
The sun.
The son.
Right. So
Khamenei's son.
That's right. They replaced the Ayatollah Khamenei with the Ayatollah Khamenei.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they replaced him with Mojtaba Khomeini, who's been in hiding forever. They mostly think he's in hiding because he doesn't want to get blown up by Israel, so he stays in hiding. Also, apparently he's horribly disfigured and he's like missing like a leg or something. So yeah, that's why they think he's in hiding.
And then what Iran did, close up. The first thing they did was close up Strait of Hormuz. But they started to attack America's allies in the Middle East, including Qatar, Dubai, Bahrain, Kuwait. Okay?
America did?
No, Iran did.
Okay, so take me back a step.
Okay, all right. So the United States does a decapitation strike.
Got it.
And then Iran punches back. How? By putting pressure on America's allies, right? They attacked Israel, they attacked Dubai, they attacked Qatar. The reason why they did that was the theory that these places give a lot of money to the United States. They invest a lot in the U.S. economy. So therefore, they have a lot of leverage over the United States. If they're being attacked, they would pressure Trump to end the war. Okay? And so once Iran did that, then that forces the United States to basically have a ceasefire. Because if the war continues, then what would happen is the entire world would lose at least 20% of the global oil supply. And this could possibly create economic collapse.
So you're saying America had to take a break then and rethink about what's going on?
Yeah, because the first strategy didn't work.
Got it.
And the United States didn't have a second strategy.
And the Strait of Hormuz is closed at this point? They closed it?
The Strait of Hormuz is...
No, at this point in the latter.
Okay, so throughout this entire process, there's been a lot on and off. So sometimes it's open, sometimes it's closed. Okay, so now what the American response is now to put more pressure on Iran by trying to strangle the economy. Okay, so how the United States does that is Iran ships 90% of its oil to China, right? So what America did was impose a naval blockade in the Arabian Sea to prevent Chinese tankers from reaching Iran and prevent Iranian tankers from reaching China.
So they wanted to stop the flow of oil from Iran to China.
That's right.
And that's how China gets most of its oil.
Well, no, that's China gets its oil from a diverse from many different countries, but Iran will export 90% of its oil to China. And the theory is that if you stop that trade, then Iran cannot pay its soldiers. Then the soldiers would rebel and the government would collapse. Okay. So that's the second step. Okay, I tried the decapitation strike, didn't work. So now I'll try to strangle your economy.
Got it.
And that doesn't work either, right? And so what happens now is that...
Why didn't that work?
Because the Iranians have been under sanctions for the past 30 years. So they are used to being poor. Right? So in Los Angeles, if we made gas $10 a day, well, there'll be riots. But in Iran, if you take away half their calories, well, they're used to being poor. So they're much
used
more
to the sanctions. They're used to living
right.
with a government that's like manipulating them and taking advantage of them.
That's right.
Understood.
That's right. So therefore, the Iranians are much more able to bear pain than the American, right? And so the American government now under Trump is under a lot more pressure in this war than the Iranians.
Understood.
Okay. So that's the second step. And that doesn't work either. So now you move to a third step, which is you destroy the state's capacity to deliver basic services, which means water, food, and electricity. So when Trump says, I will destroy their civilization, what he's really saying is, I will destroy their power plants, right? Because energy is a source of civilization, right? So the next step that we can expect, which has not happened yet, but there are signs that it will happen, is the United States will target its missiles at Iranian power plants and deny electricity to the local population. And the theory is that if you do that, then people will not be able to bear the pain and they will Revolt, exactly.
Wow.
Yes.
So that's, man, that's a lot going on. And you believe that that's where we could be headed there?
We are very much heading in that direction, okay? So now what the Iranians do in response is they activate their proxies, okay? Why? Because the proxies are now able to exert a lot more pain on the global economy, right? So the Iranians are able to close off the Strait of Hormuz.
And their proxies, who are they? Say who their proxies are?
Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and then you have the militias, the Shia militias in Iraq.
Okay.
Right? So the logic of this is by closing off the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is denying the world 20% of the global supply of oil. But now if the Houthis are able to close off the Bab el-Mandab Strait, then that's another 7%. So that's putting more pressure on the global economy. And now if Lebanon is able to close off the Suez Canal or put pressure on trade over here, that's even more pressure, right?
That's a lot.
Yeah, but as we can see, this escalation ladder is coming up really fast, right? And the real fear is that the Americans will be under so much pressure that they use tactical nuclear weapons against Iran, and then we could be looking at nuclear war and civilizational collapse.
And that's World War III for sure.
No, it's the end of civilization for sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Professor Jiang, what are we going to do?
Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
We're good then. Yes, okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All
right, yeah.
All right. I'll see you on the other side.
That's right, yep.
See you in the big H.
That's right.
Dude, I heard that if you go to heaven, this is something I heard that's kind of cool, just to take a break from the war stuff for a second. If you go to heaven, and thank you for explaining this, and thank you for discussing the escalation ladder with us.
Yes.
If you go to heaven, that when you get there, your friends are there.
Yeah.
Right. All your friends that you knew from here and your family, but they all like work in different places. So you might go to like a Jersey Mike's in heaven, and your brother or your ex-girlfriend could be working there. And once you lock eyes with each other, you have memories of like things that you knew from this period here.
Yeah.
But it's brand new there. So it's like you get to go everywhere and find your old friends and stuff. So it'd be pretty cool. Like you could be somewhere and like Frederick Douglass or whatever could be a park ranger, or Xi Jinping or something he could be working at an ice cream stand, you know?
Yeah.
So
bruh, leave it to Theo to go on a tangent on something that has nothing to do with about anything, but that's pretty funny.
But it could be kind of cool anyway.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. So just letting you in on a little bit of BTS heaven lore.
Great.
It would be impractical for America to end up in a nuclear war, though.
Yeah, I don't think it will happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't think that will happen?
I don't think it will happen, no.
What stops that escalation ladder from going forward?
Yeah, okay. So again, we want to use game theory and step back and ask ourselves why this war is happening.
Okay.
Because once you figure out what the motivations of the players are, then you can figure out how far this goes, right? Because the players are trying to win, and they're going to try to win in a way that is the least harmful or the easiest way to win, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because it's kind of like poker. So say if I got an okay hand, I might bluff a little in the beginning or go in on a few blinds or something, but I'm not going to probably raise it to the end of the line because I know what I have.
Right.
I'm going to wait for another hand.
Right. So let's look at game theory and ask ourselves, who are the major players in this game and what do they want? Okay. So you have the United States, of course. You have Iran. You have Israel. And I would say the fourth major country is Saudi Arabia.
Okay. And why are we even in this conflict?
That's right. And so we're trying to figure this out.
Because that's been a big question in America, especially amongst a lot of my peers. Why are we there? Why are we putting our troops there? It doesn't seem like we have a real interest. I know there's the rumors of weapons of mass destruction again.
Yeah.
There's rumors of nuclear weapons held by Iran. But I think a lot of people feel like we've fallen for that trap before.
Yes.
In Iraq.
Yes.
And in Kuwait.
Yes.
And that it could just be the same sort of fool's errand again.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a great question. Like, why did America attack Iran after the failures of Afghanistan and Iraq?
Well, and also Trump, our president, said that we would not go to war with Iran.
That's right. That's right. So
yeah, what do you think's happening?
Yeah. So I want to refer you to something called a clean break memo. Okay.
Clean break memo?
Yes. It's really important we understand this. If we understand what's going on, the clean break memo, maybe your producer can bring it up. The clean break memo written in 1996. Okay.
Okay.
And so let me give you some background. So Bill Clinton is in office, and Bill Clinton is obsessed with peace in the Middle East. And
because it rhymes, probably.
Yeah. And the Israelis have decided that now is a good time for a two-state solution. And the reason why is that throughout its history, Israel was always in conflict with the other Arab nations around it because of the Palestinian issue.
Right.
And the idea is that if Israel is to have security, it needs to resolve the Palestinian issue. It needs to give the Palestinians its own state. And then once that happens, then the Arab nations can resume diplomatic relations with Israel. They can trade peacefully, and the Middle East will be prosperous and peaceful, right? But you first have to resolve the Palestinian issue.
Because a lot of the Palestinians were Muslim, right?
That's right.
And a lot of the surrounding areas
are also Muslim.
Around Israel are also Muslim.
That's right.
Okay.
So they're sympathetic towards the
their kind
Muslims, right? So, for example, Saudi Arabia, the royal family said that as long as the Palestinian issue is not resolved, we will never ever have peace with Israel. Okay, so this is what we call the Oslo peace process.
Yeah, the Oslo Accords, right?
That's right. That's right. And the majority of the Israeli population was in favor of this. And the major leader who is spearheading this movement in Israel is Isaac Rabin.
What's the name?
Isaac Rabin. I'll spell it for you, okay?
Isaac
Rabin.
Yitzhak Rabin.
Yes, okay.
Yitzhak Rabin.
And he was determined to have eternal peace with the Palestinians, to resolve this issue once and for all by giving them a state. Okay.
So he and Clinton were aligned with figuring this out.
That's right. That's right. And they also had Arafat to help them out as well. And the Arab nations, especially Saudi Arabia, were very supportive of this process. But there was one person who was opposed to the peace process. His name is Benjamin Netanyahu. And he assembled a team of people, mainly Americans, who developed a new policy for him called the Clean Break Memo.
Okay.
And what the Clean Break Memo says, it's a very short document, it's only about 1 page. What it says is screw peace, because our neighbors are Arabs and they only understand power. So if you want peace, you don't negotiate, you don't compromise. You hit them hard, you keep on hitting them hard until they respect you. Okay? Mm-hmm. So there are 3 major pillars to this strategy called the clean break. The first is go after the Palestinians hard. Don't give them land, don't compromise them, teach them to respect you. Okay? Show power. Make them afraid of you.
Okay.
That's number 1. Number 2 is you have to rejuvenate the Israeli economy by adopting neoliberalism. Forget socialism, let's go with capitalism. Because at this time, socialism was very popular in Israel. And the third thing is to establish balance of power in the Middle East.
Balance of power in the Middle East.
And the way you do that is you destroy regimes that could potentially threaten you. This includes Syria, and this includes Iraq. And so the strategy calls for working with Turkey and Jordan to destabilize Syria. And it calls for regime change in Iraq.
Okay.
It's called a clean break memo.
Okay, a clean break, a new strategy for securing the realm, commonly known as a clean break report, is a policy document that was prepared in 1996 by a study group led by Richard Pearl for Benjamin Netanyahu, then Prime Minister of Israel. The report explained a new approach to solving Israel's security problems in the Middle East with an emphasis on Western values, which that means, I guess, more like a capitalistic values.
That's right.
It has since been criticized for advocating a policy of removing Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq.
That's right.
And the containment of Syria by engaging in proxy warfare and highlighting its possession of weapons of mass destruction. Certain parts of the policies set forth in the paper were rejected by Netanyahu. However, the report was ultimately adopted and serves as a foundation for modern-day Israeli global affairs. Is that true?
Well, yeah. So something really important for us to appreciate is the study group. There were two major participants in the study group: Richard Pearl and also Douglas Faith. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Right. And this is important because these two are Americans, and a few years later, they will work for the Pentagon. And Douglas Faith and Richard Pearl work with Paul Wolfowitz. And these three become the architects of the Iraq War.
Paul Wolfowitz?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying two of the people that came up with the clean break memo
Yes.
then went on to work for the Pentagon.
Yes. And they're the architects of the Iraq War.
Okay, so they were architects of the Iraq War. Here we go. Douglas J. Faith, an American lawyer who served as Secretary of Defense for Policy. Faith has been described as an architect of the Iraq War. In the lead up to the war, he played a key role in promoting the false claim that the Saddam Hussein regime had an operational relationship with al-Qaeda. A Pentagon Inspector General report found that Faith's office had developed, produced, and then disseminated alternative intelligence assessments on the Iraq and al-Qaeda relationship, which included some conclusions that were inconsistent with the consensus of the intelligence community to senior decision makers.
The other thing about Douglas Faith is he has been suspected for a long time of being an Israeli asset.
Okay.
But despite that, he was still able to climb the hierarchy, which is very weird because the FBI and the CIA determined in the 1970s that he could possibly be an Israeli asset.
Wow, so that's interesting that he would be, that they thought that, and then he was still able to climb the ranks.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But not only him, but Richard Pearl was also suspected of being an Israeli asset.
Richard Norman Pearl is an American political advisor who served as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Global Strategic Affairs under Ronald Reagan. Pearl was an architect of the Iraq War.
Yeah.
He claimed that Saddam Hussein regime possessed weapons of mass destruction. Okay.
So we need to understand what the clean break memo really is, okay? And what it really is a blueprint for the Greater Israel Project. And the Greater Israel Project is a belief among certain Zionists that the entire Middle East belongs to Israel.
And just to be clear, this isn't Jewish people. We're talking about the Israeli government and extremist views, right?
That's right. It's not necessarily a Jewish person. Zionist is someone who believes in supremacy of Israel.
Okay, so a Zionist is someone who believes in supremacy of Israel. Look it up, Nick, because I hear the term. We might have talked about it before. We've probably talked about it before some, but I don't know if we've ever looked it up. Zionism is an ethnocultural nationalist movement that emerged in late 19th century Europe to establish and support a Jewish homeland. What does ethnocultural nationalist mean, Nick? Can you click on that? Ethnic nationalism is a form of nationalism in which the nation and nationality are defined in terms of ethnicity. Yeah, what does that mean? Ethnocultural nationalism.
What it really means is there are certain people, Zionists, who believe that God promised this land to the Jews and only the Jews. And therefore only the Jews should be in this land.
Okay.
And therefore the Palestinians have no right to be there. Therefore a two-state solution goes against the will of God.
Got it.
That's what it really means.
Okay, wow. But what about people who just believe that that Jewish people deserve to have their own place as well? Is that Zionism?
So there are different forms of Zionism.
Okay.
And what I'm referring to an extreme form of Zionism that has taken hold over Israel.
Okay.
Because remember, in the 1990s, the majority of people were supportive of a two-state solution. They wanted peace with the Arabs.
In 1990s, is that true? Let's bring that up. Let me see. In the 1990s, the Israeli public was deeply divided rather than in full agreement regarding a two-state solution, while the signing of the Oslo Accords in 93 generated strong initial hope and fluctuating majority support for the peace process at various points. Substantial portions of the population, including right-wing political factions and the settler movement, opposed partitioning the land. So there was some support for it. Okay, so you have this extreme. So you have an extreme group.
Yeah, the settlers basically.
Okay, so the group you're talking about is an extreme group that's supporting this clean break.
That's right.
Right. That wanted a greater Israel.
That's right.
That's an extreme group.
That's right. And they were led by Netanyahu,
Okay.
who became prime minister in '96 to implement the Greater Israel Project.
Okay.
He's been in power for the past 20 years. And if you look at what's been happening in the Middle East, right? The Iraq War. And then after that, the invasion and regime change in Libya, in Syria, and now this attack against Iran. It is consistent with the clean break memo.
Got it.
And what is amazing is that this transcends politics. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are participating in the implementation of the clean break memo.
You mean American Democrats and American Republicans are?
That's right. So it was George W. Bush which launched the war against Iraq, but it was Obama who supported regime change in Syria and in Libya, which is also part of the clean break memo. What I want to do now is show you a video. This is important. We watch this video together, okay? And so the video is General Wesley Clark, and he's talking to Amy Goodman. This is after 9/11. And so 9/11 was a traumatic event for Americans. And the assumption was that the U.S. military would seek vengeance against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda by attacking Afghanistan. But what Wesley Clark says is, no. We're not just going after Afghanistan. We're going after 7 countries. And let's listen to what he says.
So this is how do we know this isn't is this a theory or is this facts? That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, it's all facts. The clean break memo is a fact. And Wesley Clark saying this to Amy Goodman, I mean, it's on YouTube.
Okay, and this is U.S. Army General Wesley Clark, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And he's retired now. He's talking to Amy Goodman about what happens after 9/11.
Okay.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said,
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, man. And the sun is beaming down on me. It's hot as hell. Let me close this. Yeah, they're basically just trying to take down all the threats that were against Israel, right? Libya, Iraq, Syria, Iran. Saudi Arabia was a part of it, but they became cucks, so they didn't have to worry about it. But the main worry now, if America supposedly beats Iran, which I don't think we're capable of beating Iran at all, is Turkey, because Turkey is the next threat for at least Israel, and Turkey is a NATO ally. And I don't know how they're going to, get possibly Turkey out of NATO, or come up with a good excuse for why they need to attack Turkey, or why Turkey is a existential threat to their security. Maybe they'll do a what's it called, maybe like a terrorist attack in Israel that is done by some Turkish people who were like, I don't know, selling some fucking kebab at a store in Israel, and then like they blow it up and like kill a bunch of people. That is possible, but hey, I guess we'll see. But yeah, I definitely think Turkey's next on their list after this. It wasn't on the clean break memo or the attacking 7 countries in 10 years. I know Turkey wasn't. I don't think Turkey was on that list, but yeah.
He said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me.
So you're saying that this is part of the clean break memo?
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. Because how else can you explain what's going on? And again, this is General Wesley Clark has access to confidential Pentagon information.
Mhm.
And he's saying that right after 9/11, they've already decided to go to war against the entire Middle East, finishing with Iran.
And did we end up doing those things right there?
Yes, we did. Well, not me,
Yeah.
not us.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
Yeah, no, not us.
Yeah, I wasn't involved. Right?
I'm chill. Yeah.
yeah.
I definitely, I mean, I have issues with my neighbors sometimes because of their dog or whatever, but
Wasn't me, man.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but we've gone, but have we done those things that they said in that video? And that have we gone to war with those places?
Yeah.
What was the places he listed?
So Syria,
Mhm.
right? That's done. Libya, Iraq.
Was Somalia one of them?
Yeah.
Iraq, Syria, Libya, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran.
So Iran's the last.
We won.
Yeah. So again, there's a pattern here, right? So I'm not trying to make a judgment. All I'm trying to do is point out a pattern that's emerging.
Mhm.
Where in '96, they use a path of war and dominance in the Middle East, and they help implement a lot of the clean break memo policies by starting a war against Iraq for no particular reason, and then for no particular reason, what happens? The Americans attack Libya, Syria, destabilize the region, cause millions of refugees to flow into Europe.
Hmm.
And now we have this war in Iran, and we don't even know why Trump attacked Iran. And you point this out, like he's been saying for a long time that he would not do so.
Yeah.
So what's going on here, right? Like, if the United States was not doing this at the behest of Israel, then how can we explain what's going on,
Right.
right? Now, what I'll do now is just there to explain why Israel would want this.
Okay.
Right? Because so this will be hard for Americans to understand. All right.
For Americans to understand.
Okay. But like Wesley Clark says, we need to remove 7 nations in 5 years. And they're doing that, right? Iran is the final boss. And the idea is there are Zionists who want to achieve the greater Israel project. And the idea of the Israel project is that Israel will dominate the Middle East. And only if Israel does that will Jews have security in the Middle East.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Now,
weren't they secure before? Like, I don't understand why they weren't secure.
right. So they weren't secure because the Palestinians were in revolt against them. The Palestinians felt that they were being oppressed, that their land was stolen from them.
Mhm.
And so they were engaging in terrorist activities against the Israelis, including bus bombings, including airplane hijackings.
But why wouldn't Israel just figure that out instead of go this other big route? It seems like, you know what I'm saying? It seems like if it's me figuring out something with a neighbor as opposed to battling the whole town,
Right.
it would seem like more at my behest, like a wiser choice to just figure out something with my neighbor.
Right, because you have a brother who's kind of crazy, and your brother believes that this house is not their house, it's our house,
Okay.
which was stolen by this other family. And so we have a right to go take it back from them.
Okay.
And there's nothing you can do about your
And you're
crazy
saying
brother.
Netanyahu's the crazy brother.
Basically,
Okay,
yes.
got it.
Right.
Got it.
And these are people we call the settlers, right?
Okay.
These are people who go against Israeli national law and go and forcefully evict Palestinians from their homes, even though this is against it's really national law.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of cases of that. You can see them on YouTube too, of people getting evicted from their homes for no reason, people taking people's land. A lot of heartbreaking stuff out there. Okay, so now you're showing me, what is this you're looking at here?
So let's just take what we know and draw things to the logical conclusion.
So this is game theory.
This is game theory, okay? If you believe that this land was given to you by God, and it says so in the Bible, okay? And you believe that it is Israel's destiny to dominate the Middle East, your real enemy is not Iran, right? Who's your real enemy? The United States of America.
Oh, the United States.
Right? Because the United States provides security guarantees to many Arab nations. Saudi Arabia is protected by the United States. And Saudi Arabia is part of the Greater Israel Project. Egypt is protected by the United States. Egypt is also part of the Greater Israel Project, right? So what you need to do is remove both Iran and the United States from the equation. And the best way to do that is to have them go to war against each other, right? And then Israel is the last nation standing. And then they achieve the Greater Israel Project.
But
this is game theory, by the way.
This is game theory.
Yeah.
But how would you, how would America, I mean, our country's way over here. And I know I know that doesn't mean everything, that we have this geographical space, but how would we be defeated in it?
Well, we would be, the United States would be defeated if this war becomes so unpopular at home that the people revolt, and that forces the American military to retreat back to American borders.
Okay. So then we would lose that war, but we wouldn't lose our country, though.
No, wait, yeah. I mean, the United States wouldn't lose their country, but they would lose the empire. Yeah.
Oh, so we would completely remove ourselves from the Middle East. You're saying remove ourselves from all of our allies, and then Israel would have the ability to control them.
That's right.
But why doesn't Israel just go control them and not even involve us?
Because Saudi Arabia and the other nations of the Middle East, they have a lot of money, and they invest trillions of dollars in the U.S. economy in exchange for U.S. protection.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, one thing that has scared me, and I've heard a lot of people talk about it, is like a lot of like the technology and stuff that that was used in Palestine, like during a lot of the genocide over there. It's like drones being used to kill people, being used to kill children. We had a doctor on who was talking about children getting shot just right down through their bodies, you know, like in a way that was like, it seemed very logical that drones were the ones that were doing it. All the reporters being killed there so that nobody could transfer any real information out of the world over there. One of those things, especially with the technology, and then you start to see the surveillance stuff happening in America, it starts to make you think, well, why wouldn't it come here? Like, if, you know, like, that's certainly a fear that I hear a lot, is that that we're going to become in this surveillance state, and then the same thing could happen to us over here if we're out of line with if Israel were to gain control of America, and then we're out of line with something that they see or some behavior or something, or they want to move people here off of their land. You know, that's something that's very scary.
Yeah. So if you look at Gaza, I think Gaza is the pilot for a surveillance state.
You think it's pilot for what?
For surveillance state.
Yeah, as a testing ground.
That's a testing ground for surveillance state. Because like the theory is that once Israel achieves the Greater Israel Project, it now needs to control this entire area. And there aren't that many Jews. So it needs surveillance technology in order to control the local population. What I think will happen, and this is going to shock a lot of people, is right now Israel is very close with India. And India, the population is booming, and there's a lot of young people. And if you just let them stay in India, they're going to revolt against you because the economy's not doing so well. But so what if Israel and India were to get together and says, hey, let's bring in millions of Indians to work now in the Middle East, because war has destroyed the population of the Middle East. And now you can use surveillance technology to control these Indians. And the Indian people are used to a caste system anyway. So the idea that the Jews are at the very top, right? And the Indians are working class, doing the labor, and it's all being controlled by surveillance technology. Well, you would achieve the Greater Israel Project.
Wow. And do you think that's what's going on?
I think that's the direction we're moving towards. Whether or not they will succeed, I can't really say.
Hey man, if you look at it, I think it says in the book of Enoch, where when the Nephilim were roaming the earth, which is basically when the fallen angels had sex with the normal human woman and they birthed these giants called the Nephilim. After, God sit down, I forget the angels, but I know one was Michael. They buried all the fallen angels, all 200 of them, underground for 70 generations, right? And if you look at it chronologically, 70 generations from when they were buried would mean that Jesus supposedly will return, or they would be judged by God between the late 20th century to the early 21st century. So that basically means between, let's say, 1950 to 2050, basically. So within this time frame is when they're supposed to be judged chronologically. But a lot of theologians believe they were already sent to hell when Jesus came or was born, 2,226 years ago. That's when they actually think they were judged. So it's whichever. Either if you take it chronologically and mathematically, then they should be getting judged basically now till the next, 24 years, which is also when Jesus supposedly would return also, or the one previously. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
But I think that's the plan.
But surely the people of Israel don't want to see all that, like they don't want to see so many people get killed and that sort of stuff happen. You think they want to?
I think Israel may be heading towards a civil war between two places. You have Tel Aviv, which is the gayest city in the world, very liberal, very cosmopolitan.
You mean gays, like people being gay?
Like, I mean like real gays.
Like men that hug each other?
Like, and women can hug each other too.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know if you're using it like hypothetically.
Like homosexuals. Yes.
Okay, gays. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, just regular gays. Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't know if we were talking about different, a different branch of gays, or I didn't know what was going on.
Just
gays.
Yeah. And then you have Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Which is very conservative, very religious. So these are two competing visions of Israel, and unfortunately, the people in Jerusalem are the ones with the power, and they are extreme in their religious vision. Okay.
Yeah. I know they have an election coming up over there.
That's right. They do.
Right?
Yes.
And so I just feel like, is that going to determine a lot? Because I feel bad for a lot of my Jewish friends here who do not want to be associated. It's heartbreaking to them. My friend Michael's always talking to me. It's like, to make sure to just because Israel doesn't mean Jewish people. It doesn't mean it's the government.
That's right. So I want to use religion to show you how extreme these people are.
Okay.
Right. So the Holocaust was a traumatic event.
They say that, but obviously there's a faction of the society that supports it unless the government wouldn't actually do it. Just like how here in America, a majority of Americans don't support this war in Iran. But there are people here, or I guess you could say MAGA, who definitely support the war. So the government's not going to do anything. If nobody supports it, they're not going to do it. That doesn't make sense. There will literally be a revolt and revolution. So obviously there is a majority minority people here who have a lot more power than we think, who are supporting this war. That's why there isn't a revolution, out in the streets right now for this war. So I would disagree on that. It's not just the government. There are people within the Israeli government who support the war. That is true.
And 6 million Jews died. Let me ask you this question. Okay. Why did the Holocaust happen?
The Holocaust happened, I guess, because of an ideology that was created by Hitler and his regime.
Yeah, it was Hitler's fault, right? Okay. So the extremist Jews are called Kabbalists, okay, the Kabbalah. And they have an extreme vision of how the universe works. And the deep, dark secret that they have about the Holocaust is the Jews deserved it. Okay, so let me explain why. If you read the Bible, the Old Testament, basically, it's fundamentally about the relationship between God and his chosen people, the Jews. And problems arise when the Jews turn away from God. So, for example, when Moses was leading the people from exile in Egypt to the promised land, the people chose to worship an idol. And the first commandment is do not worship false idols. So God had to punish them by making them wander the desert for 40 years. Okay? And this is a consistent theme throughout the Old Testament, where Jews suffer because they turn away from God. So the most traumatic event in the Bible is the destruction of the first temple, where the Babylonians come in and they destroy the first temple. Now, if you read the Bible, the book is Jeremiah. What Jeremiah, the prophet, says is the Babylonians are not the enemy of God. They are the tool of God to punish the Israelites for turning away from God.
Okay.
Right? So if you just extend the logic, then the logic is this. Why did the Holocaust happen? Not because of Hitler, but because the Jews turned away from God.
And so there's groups that believe that?
That's right. So at this point in history, the year 1900, when Zionism comes into being, most Jews think Zionism is retarded. I'm a Jewish person living in Germany, living in the United States, living in England. I've assimilated into society. I'm a professor. I'm a doctor. I'm doing well for myself. I'm secular. I have lots of friends who are Christians.
And what does secular mean?
Secular means non-religious.
Okay.
Right? So it's like, why would I go to a desert called Palestine? It's not even called Israel. It's called Palestine, where there's already people living there, and it's like literally a desert, right? So only about 3% of the global Jewish population at this point in history, the years 1900, actually support the idea of Zionism.
Okay.
Right? So the Holocaust had to happen in order to force the Jews to hold a covenant with God, because the Jews were created as God's chosen people. They are the light of nations. They are meant to show true faith in God, and therefore be virtuous and be the moral guidance for the world.
Okay, so they were chosen to be an example of God.
They're chosen to be the light of nations. They're chosen to be the best representatives of humanity.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying that some like devout Jewish people or religious or this is an extreme group, believe that the Holocaust was supposed to happen because the people in the Bible had turned away from God.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
So
yes or no, you're saying?
Okay. So let me clarify what they believe the mission of the Jewish people is. Okay. The mission of the Jewish people is to return to Israel, create the Greater Israel Project, which is the promised land, and then build the third temple, which will be the house of God. Okay. So the purpose of history is to force a reunion between the Jewish people and God. And once that happens, then the world will end and we will be in paradise forever. So there must be three things must happen for this world to end. Okay. The first thing that must happen is the Greater Israel Project has to be achieved. And therefore, we have these wars in the Middle East.
But why would that have to be achieved if that was something that was just developed 30 years ago?
Because according to these people, the original covenant between the Jewish people and God is that God promised them the land stretching from the Nile in Egypt to the Euphrates in Iraq.
Okay.
As the covenant. Okay. And the Jewish people, once they receive this land, they must be loyal to God. So for God to return, first of all, his promise must be kept.
Okay.
So the first thing is the Greater Israel Project must be achieved. Second thing that must happen is all Jewish people must return to Israel and repent. Meaning, if you don't believe in God, you have to believe in God if you're Jewish. Meaning, if you're homosexual, if you're Jewish,
You better tighten it up.
you better like learn how to like,
You better figure it out.
Yeah, you know.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long day.
Yeah. Start liking this, man. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is the third temple must be built because that's where God will live.
Okay, got it.
But the problem is the site of the third temple is now where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is. And the Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest site in the Muslim world. So if they destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque in order to build a third temple, this would trigger a religious war between Jews and the Muslims.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So these are three things that must happen according to the eschatology.
Okay. So, but you're not saying that's going to happen. You're just saying that if you look at that, that's according to what? Is that according to?
That's according to their eschatology, which is what they believe how the world ends and how we achieve heaven on earth.
But who believes that? Like my Jewish friends, I don't think believe that.
That's right. That's right.
Wait. What's right? They do believe it or they don't believe it?
They don't believe this.
Okay.
This theory, okay, what I just told you, the vast majority of Jewish people who are religious think this is heresy.
Okay.
This is madness. It's insane. Okay. The problem is that this ideology is promoted by secret societies around the world.
Okay.
And secret societies control the world. And that's why we're seeing a lot of things happen. Because how else can you explain why the United States is attacking Iran for no particular reason?
I mean, it's definitely, look, I think a lot of people believe it. It's at the behest of Israel. There's some involvement there. But I think, but after that, it's like, you kind of don't know why. A lot of it's just like questions. And you don't get a lot of information sometimes. Like, you'll ask political figures and stuff, why are we so embedded here? And a lot of them don't have an answer. And so I think that's the part that seems kind of alarming. And I think that's also the part when you don't get a lot of clear information, that's when a lot of like conspiracy theories, different ideas, uncertainties, ideas like this even start to take even more shape because you don't know.
Yeah.
You're not getting information from people who should know. So I think it's like, I do understand how people can start to, it makes perfect sense how people can start to believe things and how people can start to look into things because there's no place to get real news anymore. There's no place to get the information.
Yeah. And, a lot of things that are happening right now just defy human logic. So everyone's looking at Donald Trump and is like, the war is lost already. Just make peace with Iran. Just get out of there. And what Trump is doing is he's doing taco. Like one day he's like, we're going to end your civilization. And the other day is like, let's make peace, guys. Let's just be friends. And the next day he's like, no, I'm going to nuke you now. The next day he's like, oh, you know what? I didn't really mean that. It's just weird.
Yeah. It feels bizarre. It feels pointless, but it matches with everything feels bizarre right now.
And like the way that Trump is behaving right now goes against his character. Because in the 80s and 90s, he was a real estate developer. He was a business person, right? He understood, like, if you do business, you need to have credibility. You can't flip-flop because, like, everyone will be scared of you.
I agree. That's actually a really good point. I mean, even when he was running for office, it seemed like every other thing, it seemed like he knows exactly what he's talking about. It seems like he knows exactly where he stands.
So it's just really weird situation where how the United States is behaving in the Middle East, it goes against American interests. And the way that Donald Trump is behaving, it goes against his character. He's never behaved like this before.
You mentioned a little bit ago about secret societies,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Can you take me into some of that and how? And you said that you believe that that's some of what is controlling some of this.
Secret societies rule the world. Okay, so let me.
You believe secret societies rule the world?
Yes. Okay, so let me explain why that's the case.
Okay.
All right. So the power in the world is what we call transnational capital. Right? And transnational capital, all it means is money that is able to move freely around the world and invest where it wants and extract profit from these places. And so transnational capital would include pension funds. It would include sovereign wealth funds. It would include private capital such as like State Street, Vanguard, Wall Street, City of London.
China has a huge sovereign wealth fund.
That's right.
It?
That's right. So transnational capital is a huge entity. And, they say money makes the world go around. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So transnational controls the world. And
so money controls the world, you're
basically.
Saying. Got it.
Okay. So, but the problem is that transnational capital is a game. And
it's a game?
It's a game.
game.
right? Because you're trying to maximize your profit. You're trying to beat others in the stock market. And in any game, there's a certain way to win, right? And so like, how do you win every single game? Like, no matter what game you play, what's the secret to winning every game?
Get to the end.
The answer is you cheat. Okay? If you
Okay.
play by the rules, if you work hard and you play fair, you're a sucker. Okay? To win the game, you have to cheat. And the best way to cheat is to secretly conspire with others to rig the game in your favor. Okay? And that's why we have secret societies, right? Because to win the game of capital, you need three things. First of all, you need access to secret information. You need to know more things than other people know. Second thing you need is infiltration. You need your people to go in the government in order to create policies that favor you. The third thing is you need coordination, conspiracy between these different groups in order to create an outcome that you want, right? So an example is the Rothschild family. And the Rothschild family became one of the most powerful banking families in the world because they had a secret network of agents scattered throughout Europe. So in 1815, Napoleon fights the Battle of Waterloo. And obviously he loses. And the Rothschild has an agent who witnessed the battle. Then he sends this information back to England on a corvette, which is a fast ship. Then what happens is rumors spread that the English lost the war. And now there's tremendous fear.
But that wasn't true.
It was not true that they won, but
Right.
but the first rumor,
The agent got there and spread a rumor.
well, we don't know, okay, but there are rumors that they lost the war, which created a panic, and the Rothschild were able to make a lot of money doing that, okay, and like this is very common, and so this shows you an example of how information is crucial if you want to win the game of transnational capital,
Got it.
right? And
So, so the Corvette got there, but the fast ship got there and knew in advance
the
that
Rothschilds knew in advance
the Rothschilds knew in advance.
that the battle had been won, and 3 days later, official news came to the British public. Tell them that the battle had been won. But during these 3 days, there's mass panic because rumors are spreading that the battle has been lost.
I see. So the Rothschilds was able to capitalize on that panic financially.
That's right.
And so that's when people started realizing, oh, we can do this.
Right. And so think about the world that we live in today, right? Where if you have like 1 minute of confidential information, you're able to make millions, billions, right? So the question then is like, how do you access this information? Well, you do so through transnational networks. And throughout history, there have been 3 major transnational networks in Europe. The first is the Freemasons. The second are the Jesuits. And the third are the Jewish diaspora. And at some point, they figured out, why don't we just work together?
And what they call themselves.
The Illuminati.
Damn.
Yeah.
I heard about it. Dude,
Yeah.
All right, let's pause this. Let's see what Tim Pool has to say. I know he's streaming it. Let's see. Share that. All right.
Because the US had already built infrastructure, nobody wanted to rebuild it. So instead of saying, let's rebuild our cell phone infrastructure using HSPA Plus, which is better, let's just see if we can crank more out of CDMA, which they did, and we got LTE. Now everybody's basically on GSM, which is 5th generation technology. Everything's basically just unified now, and you'll find that one phone probably works in most countries. Though I'll tell you, if you go to a lot of these foreign countries, some of them may still be using archaic. Obviously, archaic might be the wrong word, but obsolete by American standards. So anyway, long story short, that makes literally no sense what she is saying.
What's up, Prez? It's me on the moon with the flag. No issues. First time we've ever flown this thing. Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't the first time we'd ever flown it. We had several Apollo missions. The Russians had already done a bunch of testing. I am absolutely open to the idea that the United States faked the moon landing because we were in a space race, and we wanted the world to believe we were stronger. So you asked me a few questions. What was the purpose of the moon landing? In its most serious, first, what we could learn from the moon. If there were metamaterials, maybe not metamaterial, but like elements or some kind of substances we have not found on Earth, we could learn about the structure of the Earth. There's a lot to learn that could advance weapons technology and technology in general. Principally, why would the U.S. spend so much money? Well, there was an idea that during the Cold War, if we could terrify Russia that we had nukes on the moon, that when the moon was full over your country, we could fire a nuke straight from the moon at you, straight down. That's terrifying. For the American people, it was just billed as like a great works project. We're going to go do a thing. Now, why would they fake it? A lot of good reasons. One, to create the fear in the Soviets that we could launch a nuke from the moon. However, there's another big reason. During the Cold War, we're going to foreign countries. We're going to South Vietnam. We're going to South Korea. We are going to various countries, and we are making the argument that you need to be with us and not them. Now, how are we going to convince as many people as possible to side with the United States versus the communists, be it Chinese or the Russians? How about we went to the moon? Do you want to go to them? We went to the moon. We have nukes on the moon. We're more powerful. We're stronger. So there was a very real incentive to fake this, not for the people of the United States, but to convince other countries to side with us and reject the communists under the guise we're stronger, faster, better, more advanced, more food, etc., which was all largely true. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say the likelihood of the moon landing being real, guys, the truth is, if you've ever played with rocketry, if you've ever done any of the basic math, it's actually not that crazy. You know, the people are saying, like, how did we go to the moon? How did we get to the moon in 1969? And she's talking about cell phones, and like, none of that's relevant. We put a giant tube full of fuel and blasted people straight up. We mapped out the math, which like the math on this stuff was largely understood. I'm not saying the calculations, the math itself, the structures of how we calculate in like the 1600s, you know, calculating the size of the earth thousands of years ago based on the distance of shadows. People just don't want to believe that humans actually can be smart sometimes. So I would just put it this way. If we faked the moon landing, Russia would have accused us of faking the moon landing. They'd have come outright and been like, they didn't do it. They're lying. It's all fake. They never did. They didn't. And so, guys, I think they probably, and then it's funny because people are like, what about the Van Allen radiation belt? I mean, it's going to fry people. And I'm like, yeah. And I think they just didn't care. You know, they say Yuri Gagarin is the first guy in space. Probably not. You know, he is the first cosmonaut for the Soviets. Went up, came back, smile on his face. Yeah, I don't believe it. There are urban legends of transmissions at the time where there were people in Russian screaming, frantic, on that was being picked up. Why? Because they didn't make it back. So when she says things like, the just first time we ever did it, do you think that if we did any tests where people were on board and they didn't come back, we'd be like, yeah, they're dead. So we know about a bunch of Apollo missions. We know that we sent up unmanned probes and things like this. Is it possible there were people in there? You know, look, the Soviets sent up a dog. I think we sent up a chimp. I wonder how many human beings. As Alex Jones actually mentioned this. I just heard this from him. He's like, the moon is an astronaut graveyard. They have set, there's like, guys, I think it's probably true. They probably had a bunch of missions to the moon with people that just did not make it back. That's just the reality of it. And then they just don't tell you because that would be really brutal, you know? But you look, you don't got to believe in the moon landing. I don't care. Let's pull this up. This is one of the key elements from the debate, which is going to be starting relatively soon. We've got, I believe, just 15 minutes for it to begin, and we'll be pulling up to the best of. I'll be fact check. I have my monitor terminal to my left, and I have my display terminal to my right, so I won't interrupt. But I will be trying to fact check what I can in real time, as well as more so than the fact checking. I want to point out fallacies and manipulation techniques. So if I see, you know, Andrew pull a technique, like I mentioned, like a humiliation retort, or Candace, a fabrication, humiliation, I'm going to call these things out. But for the most part, let them debate. Try and focus on the facts. Like if she says, here's the thing that happened, we'll see if we can pull it up. If, you know, one of the challenges I think we're going to have with Candace is that she's going to say things that are unfalsifiable. I have a source. They work in government. I've already proven I have these sources, and they said this thing. Well, you can't really argue with that, can you? The only thing you can say is, I have a source as well, and they told me something different. In which case, what are we really doing, right? I want to show you this from Phoenix Ammunition. Phoenix Ammunition is just a guy. He's a guy. He got a lot of attention because he had a thing on his website where it said when you went to buy bullets, did you vote for Biden? If you put yes, it would kick you out of the site. And he was like, okay, they're trying to ban guns and bullets, so don't buy from me. I don't want your money. He makes bullets. He gifted us some subsonic 9mm hollow points. I think they were hollow point competition rounds. So like target shooting. And the reason they're slower is because your goal is hitting a target, not, combat. The bullets that were released in evidence, whoa, X's on the fritz, were Remington core-locked soft tips, which are intentionally designed to slow down, deform, and not have an exit wound. He says, photos of the ammunition recovered from Tyler Robinson, Remington head stamp on the case, and despite the somewhat low resolution on the photo, you can see the somewhat blunted nature of the projectile's tip. This is a Remington core-locked soft point round. It's specifically designed to deform, slow down, and prevent an exit wound. Available at literally every single gun store and sporting goods store that sells ammunition. In fact, 16 out of the 17 30-06 varieties manufactured by Remington use some type of expanding, deforming, or fragmenting bullet. Only one of their products uses a full metal jacket projectile that could or would be expected to leave an exit wound. Here's a clip of them sitting on my desk. This has been the most easily debunked claim of the entire web of lies, and it's really mind-blowing considering this is exactly what you would choose for an assassination. But yeah, definitely keep getting all your information from the DEI hire and the Portland Pizza Boy. I'm sure they know more about this than I do. Chris Martinson responded, and I just got to pause right off the bat. Guys, I've talked to flat earthers. They make great arguments. I disagree, but I understand why they think what they do. I have talked with snipers. I had a SEAL team sniper who did security for me. Immediately after this said 30-06. Just by the sound, I knew it was 30-06. And I'm like, interesting. That's an expert. I tell you this. If an expert sits down with me, I will take what they say heavily. And if their claim seems to be extraordinary, I'll say, well, look, you're the expert, but we'll see, right? I don't know that I actually just trust everything you're saying. I'll have to look it up. Phoenix Ammunition manufactures ammunition. This is a company that has specialty ammunition, like subsonic 9mm hollow point for competition. This dude knows exactly what he's talking about as it pertains to bullets. For the love of all that is holy, Chris Martinson, who has no ballistics knowledge nor manufacturing or anything, he says, you're so wrong on this, it's laughable. There's no 30-06 round that's designed to stop after hitting 6 inches of soft muscle tissue, but especially not that round. You know what I said after they killed Charlie? When he got shot, when I did my stream a couple hours, it was like an hour or two after, I said, I think it hit his spinal cord. Because you can see how he goes out right away, indicating it severed the spinal column, causing damage, turned out the lights. It's brutal. Sure enough, they came out and said, downward angle, the bullet enters, hits his spinal cord, deflects inward, and the reason why you don't see an exit wound is because it was going down, hit a bone, and deflected downward. Makes sense? I don't understand why this is so hard for people to understand. It's because they're desperate for something that makes this not Tyler Robinson. The question is, why? I don't care to want it to be somebody. If Candace can definitively provide evidence that it was not Tyler Robinson, my response will be, wow. So why, Chris, are you so desperate for this one thing to be true when even for your conspiracy, it doesn't need to be? If you want to believe Israel did it and that Tyler Robinson did not, this doesn't matter to the claim. So why be so adamant that it's not possible? You could literally come out and be like, yeah, that's the round that was used, I suppose. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Remington core-locked might not produce an exit wound. I wonder. Okay, that doesn't disprove anything. It doesn't prove anything else. It's evidence that's interesting. So why would you argue with an ammunition manufacturer, a guy who literally makes these things for a living, that you, who have no experience here, must be right on a claim that means nothing to your central argument? This guy says, you're right. They tend to stop after 10-16 of soft muscle tissue. What does it have to do with the Kirk shooting, which took place from an elevated position and hit the spinal cord? And then he shows this. The entry point, as well as how it would have passed by the... They're so desperate for this to be the case, despite the fact that it doesn't matter. So he was asked, did you use any of the soft point rounds in your tests? Chris Martinson took a bunch of shots at pork shoulder and found that every single round was a through and through. All of the Hornady, Facci, American Federal, Remington core locked rounds, soft tips, and they were all through and through. That's pork shoulder. We just don't know. It's just the way things are. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was. I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions about this, and I think they're worth investigating. I'll tell you what my problem is with the conspiracy theorists. Somebody who is legitimately trying to understand what happened is going to say, here's what's in front of me. Why? Somebody who wants to drive a narrative is going to say, forget that, look at this. The problem there is you are pointing at evidence and trying to draw your way there instead of looking at all the variables and seeing what they draw. This is the problem that we have. So a few questions on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. To quote the great Alex Jones, qui bono? Who benefits? Who benefited from the assassination of Charlie Kirk? The deep state? The liberal machine? Charlie was on track to be president, and everybody agrees. He was charismatic. He unified all the factions of the right. He brought moderates and progressives to his event. He was taken over. So who would stop him? Why would Israel do it? They make the argument that Charlie was changing his tune on Israel, so he had to be stopped. He had made a video about a month before where he was sitting with, I think it was Colvett, and they were going to young Gen Z guys and arguing for Israel. I really don't think Israel would kill Charlie Kirk. Not for this. There's other massively prominent personalities who are anti-Israel. It's like, it's the crazy thing. It's like, oh no, if like we lose Charlie, what? Now listen, maybe, but there's been no evidence. Egyptian planes. Candace got the time wrong. Said it was Utah time. Candace claims that they were dropping people off who got into black SUVs who then went to this building in Delaware. The only problem, that's where her lawyers are. Candace's lawyers work in a building with federal agents. Listen, you come to me and you ask me what I think happened, and I'll say, I honestly don't know. The preponderance of evidence suggests that it was Tyler Robinson, but they're unanswered questions. Like, who were these people who seemed to know what was going to happen, and where are they now as it pertains to this case? Why aren't we hearing more about that? But I got to be honest. With everything that Candace has done, my only conclusion is, again, if you ask me, I'd say there's a lot of potentialities. The preponderance of evidence is on Tyler Robinson. If I was going to assume conspiracy, I would assume that deep state elements. So this is old money. This is the legacy politicians. They wanted Charlie Kirk removed because Trump won because of him. He was convincing young people to back Trump. He needed to be stopped. The biggest threat posed by Charlie Kirk was against the establishment. Biden won in 2020. They used ballot harvesting. If Charlie Kirk did not do any of his work with Turning Point USA, I don't think Trump would have won. I don't know that he would have, but Charlie certainly, I think he got him over the edge. So they need to stop Charlie Kirk. What has Candace Owens done? She's obfuscated and she's dismantled the story. She's accused even her own previous security of being in on it. Brian Harpole, who's providing security for Charlie Kirk, also provided security in the past for Candace Owens. I have stated this numerous times over and over again. She's never denied it. She's never brought it up. She's never threatened to sue me because it's true. And Brian Harpole is suing her. I will tell you this. I think there's a possibility that Candace is part of the cover-up. Her lawyers work in a federal building. She marries into the House of Lords. Her husband, they meet 17 days later without a single date. He calls her and says, let's get married. And she admits this. She marries into the House of Lords. All of a sudden, she's claiming that Charlie was anti-Israel and Israel killed him. I mean, everything that she's saying greatly benefits the deep state, the established order. I'm not saying she isn't on it, but if you want to get conspiratorial, ask yourself the question, who benefits? The uniparty, stopping populist right speaker Charlie Kirk at a singular point. How does Israel benefit? Now we're a few minutes out, my friends. We're a few minutes out from the start of this. I don't know exactly when they're going to kick it off.
Conservative activists
3 minutes. We got their chat, but we'll pop that close. We'll grab some of your chats right now. If you guys want to smash the like button, get your chats in. I'm sure this will be interesting. And if you want to hear just the clean, straightforward debate, obviously you want to go to PBD's channel. I'll try to minimize talking over anybody too much, but I am definitely wanting to call out manipulation. The main thing that I want to call out is the manipulation. Let's see. YouTube's giving me the business. We got our Rumble rants as well, you guys. So we'll grab some of your Rumble. No, I'm getting the. Oh, I had to refresh. So I don't. Oh, wait, there we go. There we go. General says, if there were multiple failed moon missions, how did they know to live broadcast the mission with Armstrong and not the one before or after that? The question is on the extent of the live broadcast. They were doing it via radio. They knew to do it because they had worked out the kinks on return. Because they had done flybys, and they're like, okay, I think we figured this one out. And they may have actually had supplies there already. That being said, I think you'd be silly if you came out and were just like, it's definitive, we did it, shut up, you're crazy. No, I say, yeah, we probably did, because there's reason for the Soviets to accuse us of lying. They never did. But I do think there's other conspiracies. And then I would also just stress, again, look, we trust our sources. That's really what life is about. Sometimes your sources are bad. And history does get rewritten sometimes. So it's possible things change in the future. So I think doubt is absolutely warranted. I have some doubt. But I just lean towards, I don't know what you want me to do about it. You know what I mean? Like, whether we did or didn't land on the moon doesn't really affect my life all that much. But for a variety of reasons, I just lean towards we probably did. So it is what it is. And then someone commented, just a regular comment, yeah, Timmy is just a guy. Correct. Phoenix Ammunition, he's just some guy. He doesn't work for the government. He has no stake in this. All right, there we go. Super Chats popped up on YouTube. Everyday Tinkerer says, Phoenix is half right. Core locked are designed to expand, but the locked part is a mechanical crimp intended to retain weight and improve penetration. That being said, the metal is still soft and can fail easily. Interesting. John says, pork shoulder doesn't have the fluid a live body. Right. Fluid in the body can cause, like, one of the reasons both do weird things is blood flow and pressure can shift, and even for a bullet, it can make it move in weird ways. Pressure changes. The sixth Yusuke, so it says, this is just a continuation of the Illuminati conspiracy from way back, comes out to be true, then it just automatically proves all of their conspiracies. All right, looks like we're kicking off. Max Reddick says, Tim, there are fact checkers there, so the fabrication argument shouldn't be an issue. I still don't think so, because she can say things like, I have a source. This is true. Like, you think I don't have sources, and you can't fact check. That's the point of the fabrication. So it says live now. Is it kicking off? I don't know. Lots of people watching. Let's go. I will say this. I'm not super concerned about the overt fact checking. I may want to challenge some of their fact checks. What I'm largely concerned about is manipulation, debate tactics. So if Andrew does it, I'll call him out the same as Candace Owens. I think Andrew is much, much better at blood sports than Candace. So we will see how she handles this one. But Candace is also a WWE type personality as well. Like, she knows how to handle this stuff. And let's just refresh just to be sure. Should be kicking off any second now. Any second, guys. What do we got here? We got another super chat. Downey Mega Man says, Candace is going to make this debate borderline unwatchable. I really think she's about as bad as Brian Shapiro. I got to be honest, guys. I track metrics across the board for all shows. Like, this is my business. This is my industry. I watch all the podcasts. I don't watch them. I watch their metrics. I watch the business. I look at ad rates. I'm negotiating with producers. We talk with talent agencies. When someone comes to me and they're like, did you ever see this guy who's got 5 million followers? I'll be like, it's fake. Like, guys, I don't know everything, but this is my industry. You know what I mean? This is what we track. My business is successful because we track these things. So what I will say is, I don't know who watches Candace. I got to be honest. I know some people who do. Don't get me wrong. I know many people who do. What I'm saying is, when I meet people who watch Candace, they don't come to me and say, Tim, you're a Zio shill. You're a liar. Candace is right. They say, well, I find her show entertaining. It's like a soap. It's fun to watch. The people that I've met have been big fans of Candace. They're like, oh, hey, yeah, you're Tim Pool. Like, right on, man. Nice to meet you. They're not hostile or angry. They don't literally believe everything she's saying. I get recognized quite a bit. I got recognized the other day eating at my local chicken shop. Shout out to King's Chicken, the best chicken place in West Virginia. You got to go there. And someone recognized me there. They're all just like, yeah, I watch you. It's good stuff. Never have I had of the people who recognize me, and it happens all the time, coming to me and be like, you're a shill for Israel. In fact, I've never met a Jews person in real life. Everybody I meet, I've not met anybody be like, it's Israel. I swear to God, I've met people who are critical of Israel, but not to this like insane internet degree of it. So I have to wonder. My assumption is a lot of these people just don't live in the United States, in all honesty. 'Cause I think most people don't really just care. But it is 11:02 live. We are waiting for them to kick off. We're chilling. Julian says, people like Riley Gaines were close friends with Kirk. If even a quarter of these people would just speak out, how could Owens survive that? Brett Cooper, too. Guys, it's all fake. It's all fake. If I want to maximize viewership, I just go, oh, Israel did it. Look at Tucker Carlson. If you just want to be true to yourself and talk about what you think, and sometimes you're wrong, you're not going to pander to the lowest common denominator. That's really it. Look, TV shows come and go, right? House, one of my favorite shows of all time. I could watch it over and over again. Even though every episode was basically the same. Doesn't matter. The formula was awesome. But eventually the ratings were going down. And they canceled the show. So how could it be the greatest show, one of the best shows, highest rated of all time, and now it's gone, right? No. Because people move on. And we all really like the show. Go, yeah, I used to like that show. I used to watch it all the time. It happens. I do meet a lot of people and they're like, oh man, I used to watch your show all the time. I don't really watch it anymore. Why? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Yeah. I was playing poker at MGM. I met a guy and he was like, whoa, hey, you're Tim Pool. Like, man, I used to watch your show all the time. And then I'll be like, oh, you don't watch it anymore. He's like, oh no, man. I turned politics off. It was killing me. I turned politics off. And I'm like, okay, there you go. I don't know. So it changes. We get new viewers, we get new members, and then some people cancel. We had a member like 6 months ago be like, you betrayed us, Tim. You met with Netanyahu. You're a scumbag. Okay. I went and met with the world leader. It's going to happen. What do you think's going on? Because some people live in a certain world and then they move on from your show. It is what it is. There's money to be made when all you do is just say, quote, I believe what the people believe. And that's what Candace Owens has said. In that case, the earth is flat. We never went to the moon. Science is fake. You have a third eye with astral projection, but you're also a Christian. Sure. I'm just really offended by that. I'm not a Christian, guys. I'm a lapsed Catholic, right? I don't consider myself Christian. I believe in God. But to come out and push all of this like paganist, like satanic stuff about third eyes and controlling energy and astral projection, that's just like, I hope Andrew brings that stuff up. Call her a pagan. Because that's just like, I don't know, man. It is what it is. We are kicking off, ladies and gentlemen. It is about to roll. 33,000 watching now on PBD. They are live, but not there yet. So it just said coming soon. Candace Owens. I think they're testing her connection. She's calling in, and that we were seeing, her thing there. Give it a thumbs up. Make sure you guys give this stream a thumbs up as well. And we are going to, like debate check, right? Equilibrium says, what would you do if you found out that Israel did do it and calling them out would destroy your business if they did own everything and were in bed with all of DC? I would call them out. I don't think, guy, do you know that I worked for ABC News and they wrote me a check for $200,000, cashed it in my bank account, and I refused to play that game? I got a job at Fusion. They wanted to do the trans and the kid stuff. I kept saying no. I said, look, man, I'm going to go do my thing. They gave me a check for $200,000. When I tried to quit and said, I'm not doing this, they gave me $40,000. Bro, they dumped money on me. And I said, no. Okay. I worked for Vice. I could have done anything I wanted. I could have been a part of that machine all day and night. Nah, sorry, not interested. That's it. I'm not playing that stupid game. You're not lying. I worked at Fusion after about a year. They tried doing a bunch of weird woke stuff. They brought in an editor-in-chief whose Twitter banner was down with whiteness with his fist raised. It was a black fist. And I said, I ain't doing that. I didn't say it like that. I said, look, guys, like, I'm not interested in whatever this stuff you're doing is. Like, I'm going to do field reporting and on-the-ground journalism. They did the Black and Brown Forum, and they brought in their top talent minus me. Minus me. They hired external talent because they're like, uh-oh, Uh-oh, Tim's going to be honest. And so I tried to quit. I get a call, and I thought they were going to be like, yeah, okay, we agreed. We're going to sever your contract. You can leave. Nah, they said you're going to get a bonus. And I'm like, how am I getting a bonus? We don't make any money. This company doesn't make money. We're $300 million in the hole. They tried paying me again. They don't say it, but they're just like, here's money. If it turns out that hard evidence came out that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, trust me, everybody would be running with it, and it would be the biggest news, and they ain't stopping nobody from revealing it if that evidence is there. That being said, there isn't any. There's literally zero. Like, give me the smallest modicum of evidence, and I'm down, baby. But all we have is conjecture. The best evidence we have is that it's Tyler Robinson. Not that I trust the FBI or, the DOJ necessarily, the government. No. I think there's a lot of this story that we're not getting. All right, it's 11:07. We're still waiting for this thing to kick off. They're late. They're late. All right, what is this? Is this Arson says, I love Tucker, but it's sus when someone says everything I want.
Yeah, man. What they doing, man? There's only one black person on the panel, bro. You can't be late. Come on, man. You got a Middle Eastern and a white person. They're never supposed to be late. Come on.
Here, you piss me off sometimes. Oh, I read Matt Taibbi's reporting. Israel didn't go to Matt Taibbi and get him to smear Hunter Biden. It just, if I wanted the views, I'd say, you know what, guys, it's true. Israel did it. That's it. You know when I met with Netanyahu, that was because I was fired. You know what? I'll just lie. There you go, guys. I had a meeting with Netanyahu because Israel fired me. They were mad because I was like, I'm not gonna lie for Israel anymore, and that proves it. Now watch, I get 1 million viewers from Pakistan. It is what it is, man. I'm under no illusions that anything that I do will last forever. TV shows come and go. Shows get canceled. Oh, we got a little thing in the corner that says starting soon. It's popping up. I wonder what they're doing or why they're doing it. Candace starting soon. I'm under no illusions that what I do lasts forever. That's just it. Sooner or later, my worldview will fall out of line with the younger generation. They're going to be. Here's the joke I said to my wife. The younger generation is going to be floating around. They're going to be wearing like blue jumpsuits, like skin tight, with like visors over their heads, and they'll be levitating and floating through the air, and they'll all be hive minded. And I'm going to like walk into a store, and it's going to be like pluribus. The clerk is going to be like, "Hello, what can we get you?" And I'm going to be like, "We, it's just you." And they'll be like, "We are one." And then I'm going to be like, "Can you just give me the mochi nut, and I'll do the bubble tea, the brown sugar?" And they'll be like, "Yes. Would you like to join the hive as well?" And I'll be like, "No, I'm not joining the hive. Okay. I don't want to be in the hive. Okay. I just want a donut." And they're going to go, "Okay, old man." And like the times change, technology changes, culture changes. I'm not going to sit here and just be like, I'm going to blame Israel for everything with no evidence because it makes money for me. If like in 10 years, the Republican Party is just like, yeah, the earth is actually flat, I'm going to be like, well, who am I? Right? I'm going to be the old guy sitting there being like, earth is round. You're all wrong. And then everyone in mainstream society is going to be like, we know the earth is flat and Tim's wrong. You're a crotchety old man. And I'll be like, you're damn right. I'll be like Bill O'Reilly. I'll have my website. We'll all be 60 years old. You'll be subscribing. And I'll keep talking, but the young people won't be listening. What's really cringe is how a lot of these podcasters are just desperate to try and get young people to watch their shows. Truth be told, we actually do decently well with the 18 to 24 crowd. The average age for IRL and for my morning show is 33. It's been 33 since I was 30. So we just kind of stay in that general area, which is interesting. But a lot of these shows know that boomers are aging out. So if you were targeting boomers, say like Tucker Carlson had been on Fox News, the majority of his audience were boomers. That audience is dying. They're 80 years old. So he knows his viewership is going to go down. So what does he do? He realigns everything to target like the Fuentes crowd. He has Nick on his show. He's going after Gen Z, 70 million people saying what they want to hear so he can make money, and it's going to work. Me, I'll be a crotchety old man sitting in the poker room complaining about the fake news media lying about everything. And some young guy is going to be like, bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. You're so out of the circle. Israel did it all. And I'm going to be like, I don't know. Or honestly, I'll probably be retired by then and living off of interest on VOO or other high yield savings accounts. All right. Starting soon, it says. We're chilling. Let's grab some of these. Julian says, why not at least approach becoming a Christian at this point, Tim? Do you recall that verse about having faith the size of a mustard seed? You dig? The challenge ultimately is, for me as a Christian, is it's the resurrection. You have to believe the resurrection. I'm not going to pretend that I do. I do actually believe in the Christian moral framework. It's brilliant, and I think it's the best that has ever come to be. I believe there is a God, but I'm not going to pretend to believe that Jesus Christ came down, died for our sins. That's just it. There are a lot of people that do. I think it's cringe. They pretend to be Christian. They just say they do because they know a Christian audience will apply to it. Guys, I'm not going to lie to you and say that I'm a Christian for the purpose of getting more viewers. You know what I mean? The truth is, in my heart of hearts, I just do not have that belief or faith, and I won't pretend to. But I tremendously respect the Ten Commandments. The moral framework of the Christian tradition is brilliant. And the best argument I've ever heard is not the resurrection, it's demons. I was talking to Pasobik about it. And I was like, look, man, you come to me and you say, died for our sins, the cross, I know all of it. I grew up with it. I don't feel it. I just don't. But you come to me and tell me demons, that I feel, that I see. Things that seem to defy human nature and human desire. It's demonic, satanic. Now that's convincing. All right, Equilibrium says, that's why I love you, Tim. Don't stop. I appreciate it. Like, I'll just reiterate it for the person who said, what if Israel did do it and revealing that it was Israel would destroy everything? I'd say it. For the exact same reason I could come out and claim to be, revitalized as a Catholic and that I've approached this and come to realize the truth. I say all those things, I'll get 1 million views. I go and do I was baptized, but if I do go and I never got confirmed. All of those things would pander to a large audience who would praise me and say, you've done the right thing, praise be, all of that stuff. I could play that game. I'm not going to do it. It's dishonest. I am not here to pretend to be something to make money. I don't need it. I have no problem living in a van down by the river. I really don't. The only issue I have that with now, it was easy when I said that on Rogan when I was like 30. Easy. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. It was 7 years ago, so I was 33. Easy to say when you're with no kids. I got a kid now, so it'd have to be like a nice little shack, at least 1 bedroom or something, down by the river. I don't need an infinity pool. I'd be happy with basic health care, a bike. Give me an e-bike. I'll need to transport food for my family, but I don't need to be ultra rich or whatever. I don't know, man. I'm happy. You know what I mean? And I don't need to lie to you guys to increase viewership or whatever. What do we got here? Julian says, but Tim, I said approach, not flip overnight. No, I hear you. And I've actually talked with my wife about going to church. The one reason we don't know if we do is because it feels dishonest. That being said, every single Christian of any denomination has said, no, we don't care if you feel dishonest. Come. Literally everyone we talk to goes to church. And we have a lot of friends who are agnostic or atheist who started going to church again because we all recognize how important it is. Not just for like your faith and for God, but for community. And I do believe in God. And so we've talked about the importance of church in our lives. And we've been like, yeah, but like, if we're going to stand there and pray and we don't really mean it, it feels wrong. It just does. And everyone we've talked to who goes to church, they were like, we don't care. Like, you're allowed, that's allowed. Come hang out with us anyway. Come to church. And so we were considering it. My wife came and asked me again. She's like, do you think, and I'm like, I think it would be very, very important for our children to have a church experience, to go to church, because even if we don't have faith in Jesus Christ, the lessons of the theology that is there, it's philosophical education. I talk about simulation theory, and they are really late, by the way. I talk about simulation theory quite a bit. Simulation theorists are approaching the first page of my religion book from when I was 5 years old. That's what's really fascinating to me. I went to Catholic school. They hand me a book on religion, and I'm reading these things as a child. Now I'm 40, and I'll meet someone who's a simulation theorist, and they'll be like, what if a higher power, a more advanced intelligence created everything we are in? It's a construct. And I'm like, stop, dude. This is page 1. And so, my point is page 1 of philosophical and theological understanding, where people are coming from, the concepts of wisdom, of knowledge, of logos are important things to learn, even if you don't believe in Jesus Christ. The stories they tell, you ask these questions. Well, what does it mean to resurrect? What does it mean to die for your sins? They give you a philosophy. Seamus gave me a really, I don't want to spoil Seamus' stuff, but he gave me a really great understanding. How can you prove you love someone if you're not willing to suffer for them? Is an interesting question. That if someone were to say, that they loved you, but they never did anything to prove it, you would say, well, it's easy for you to say. So there's an ultra rich guy. He's never worked a day in his life. And he says, I deeply care about the working class. And you go, sure. You know, you may be telling the truth, but bro, you've never lifted a heavy object or walked a block in your life. You don't even know what it means to be the working class. So the rich guy says, I am going to spend 5 years working minimum wage. I will not spend any of my wealth. I will live among you. I will work the same jobs. I will experience the same hardships as you. We'd say, wow, well, that actually means a lot. And then he does it. And for the next several years, this dude is broke and struggling, really learning what it means to be a working class guy who can't afford healthcare. And at any point, he could go back and he could pull $1 million from his bank account to pay for his busted tooth or his broken leg. And he says, I won't do it. And people beg him. They say, stop. You broke your leg. Get it fixed. You can. And he goes, no. To prove to you that I genuinely mean what I say, that I care about your lives, I am going to live this way. So that's a really brilliant understanding of what it means to sacrifice yourself. Because I hear from a lot from atheists. They're like, so what, God sent himself down as his son to die for rules that he made? Yeah, he was proving a point. He was saying, this is how I prove myself to you. When I say that I love you and that there's forgiveness, I will suffer the same way you do to prove I mean it. That's one of the best arguments I've ever heard. It means a lot to me. Not that I genuinely am going to come out and just pretend that I believe in Jesus. I'm saying that is one of the, that is a legitimate logical argument that follows through. And the reason I bring it up is that you meet a lot of atheists and they don't understand that. You know what I say? I believe in God. I believe that God is observable, easily understood. And in my mind, as clear as the sky is blue, God exists. And I know for most of you, like for everyone who believes in God, you completely understand what I'm saying. It's not even a question of, I think maybe, it's faith. It's a literal, like, I can see, I can feel the presence. Like, so I was talking to this lib. I was talking to Brian Shapiro about it. He's like, you don't know that God exists. And I was like, I do. And he's like, no, you don't. And I was like, yes, I do. And he says, no, you think that, or you want to believe it. And I was like, Brian, some people are colorblind and they don't know what red is. Some people are blind and they don't know what red is, but red exists. And for some people, they can see it. Plain as day, clear as the sky is blue. But the colorblind person can't. That colorblind person then tells the person who has full color vision, you don't know that red exists. You just believe it does. I'm sorry, like, I can just see it. And you know, the thing is, obviously colors are testable. Synesthesia is observable. It's quite incredible. Synesthesia, for those that don't know, is that you can hear colors. And there are a lot of famous musicians who can hear colors. Are we just, like, I'm like, are they just super late? Are we missing something? I don't know. Embarrassing, canceled. Okay. So how do they test for synesthesia? If someone says I can hear colors, you go, prove it. So what they did was they played sounds and asked them what color it was. Literally played a sound and asked them what color it was. And they said, red, green, blue. And said, okay. Then they brought them back 3 months later and say, what colors are these sounds? And sure enough, every time they got it right. When they tested people as the control, they could not figure out tones equaling colors. So they were like, that's interesting. They did brain scans and found that there was an overlap in the light up from the visual cortex to the part of the brain I forgot, I don't know what it's called. There's the visual cortex and then there's like the audio portion. And they said there was an overlap between the two, indicating they likely were experiencing a visual sensation from the sound. Thus, we can observe it. Now, as for God, I don't know how you observe it other than you can feel that presence. There is something there. Some people don't have it. And I would just say to you guys, if you are atheist or agnostic and you do not feel that presence, that doesn't prove it doesn't exist, nor that others cannot. And so I would only say, as the same as I can feel the temperature, I can feel that God exists. And I also feel it's scientifically observable and mathematically probabilistic too. And you can say I'm wrong. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I guess you can't experience these things, you know? I wonder, you know, Candace talks about the third eye. I don't like describing it. That feels too pagan to me. But spiritual connection, the ability of the mind to connect with something greater, because there is something beyond. And again, if you can't feel it, I'm not trying to be a dick, but maybe you just can't feel it. But I don't think it's a coincidence that billions of people can. And then it's only a small subset that can't. I think like atheism is one of the like smallest spiritual worldviews. I don't want to say religion, but like understanding of spirituality. Crowder's got his live reaction going in fact check, but we're still waiting. Crawfish says, Tim, how can you say that about demons, but not feel the sacrifice is believable when both are of supernatural origin? Oh, I'm not saying that Jesus is not true. I'm saying I don't believe in my heart of hearts that it is true, but I think it's certainly possible. Demons can exist outside of the Christian ethos, worldview, logic, and all of that stuff too. I think the best argument for the spirituality is the existence of influences, demonic, angelic, or otherwise, whatever word you want to describe for it. I believe it's entirely possible. And there's good reason to believe the story of Jesus Christ. I'm just not going to. So what I will say is probably one of the best movies ever, The Passion of the Christ. I should have watched it sooner. Mel Gibson is I'm such a huge fan of Mel Gibson. You guys have no idea. The Patriot and The Passion of the Christ. Oh, man. But The Passion was so incredible because it showed you the groundwork of the human politics involved in the story of Jesus Christ. Even if you don't believe Jesus was the Messiah and you don't believe in Christianity, understanding the historical politics of how it all went down was tremendous. And it was funny because I knew the story. I grew up with it. But seeing it as film, and I know it's a bit more dramatic, but seeing the story, the Barabbas, the pardoning and all of those things, it's like, wow, man. It helps you understand how humanity behaved in the face of such great claims, such great, just great presence. And the what was preached by Jesus, which was absolutely tremendous and beneficial to humanity. So, I just don't know. I just don't know. Kevin says, Tim believes in God, but not Jesus. He really is a Jew. Yeah, but there's a lot about Judaism.
That's funny, bro. Bro, what are they doing, man? It's 25 minutes past the time. Like, this is insane. Man.
I think is, religiously, I don't agree with. I got no beef, There's a lot of good stuff in like every religion has something good about it. I would argue that from what I've read and studied, though I wouldn't consider myself to be a theologian. Is it starting?
Okay, so we're officially live.
All right.
Candace, Andrew, good to, when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed
That's true.
Charlie Kirk.
And yes, Jesus was real.
And Candace,
Someone
your
asked.
position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started.
Candace loses
For the
right
audience
away.
watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place.
This is
and
not
kudos
muted, guys.
for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties. to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
Oh, shit.
Whatever
Damn.
could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost him $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, but nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. Mm-hmm. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day? As
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on. And I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline.
Yeah, my stream is lagging. Let's see. Let's go to Tim Pool's. me go back, share this. Yeah, I think the only way Candace can win this is if she like kind of runs away from the evidence, you know, because that's basically what she's doing right now. She's kind of just running away. She's still going, bro. So yeah, so her whole point is he's the patsy because his fingerprints are the most degraded. That's basically the simple statement. Bro, Andrew need a smoke break. Mhm. One of the feet to the fire on this. Candace had said he is a patsy, so that is what she believes. So That's true. Yep. Well, that's the only thing Candace can do. Okay. Yeah. Myra, you just hit live, so it skipped over all the stuff that we didn't get to listen to, guy. You just did it again.
Yeah.
I mean, they were late by like 30 minutes. They were late by 30 minutes. So everything lagging now. Dang, why am I lagging? Dang, my stream is lagging like hell. I think we're waiting because Andrew's probably taking a smoke break, but also, I mean, it's very hard for Candace to prove any type of evidence that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. You know, I think she's trying to regroup with her team, trying to really find out what she can say in this next iteration after the break's over. I think that's really what's going on because it's harder. It's Candace's job to prove that it is not Tyler Robinson Dang, can you guys still hear me? Yeah, I guess the audio still works. Yeah, the audio still works. Okay. So yeah, that's why the burden is more so upon her to prove that he is the patsy and he's not the shooter. So Andrews literally is in the driver's seat right now because it's very easy. He can just counter very easily, and it's up to Candace to really prove that he is the patsy. That's why it's going to be very hard for her to do this. And also, Candace is not a debater, so it's like I don't know how. All right, I'm gonna switch. And am I in the stream? Wait, hold on. I guess Myron in the stream. Oh. All right. I guess. It's lagging. let me go to Myron's stream. Trust me, bro. Like you seeing the logo in the back, Patrick David, bro. That's funny. I don't know why my stream is lagging, dude. Bro. All right. Let me go to Tim. Yeah. Yeah, the stream is lagging like a motherfucker, bro. All right, let me. Dang, bro. All right. Down. I have no idea why. to. I hope it works. Let's see. Local. All right, never mind. Nah, hold up. Yeah. Go back to this.
That it wasn't necessary at this stage, and that was the whole point of that
Because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire makes sense to me again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time.
You're saying it's
Because you've
problematic
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it
claims.
trips into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
And you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mm-hmm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is that all of the
Almost
quote
2 hours
unquote
now.
evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the.
All right,
by
guys,
the
I got about
testimony that
5
we
minutes
saw.
left.
And your answer for when
Well,
I
you haven't
explained to you that he
invalidated
had
I'd
a
go
most
longer,
degraded
but
prints.
they're not
I don't know.
arguing the
Okay,
story
well,
anymore.
There
And
lies
PBD
my ability to
needs to
process
get him
that.
on
It's
track.
just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers,
Mhm.
everybody watching,
So you're
nobody's
just
giving.
you're conceding.
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk
They're not debating the
which
assassination.
are
They're debating-
far
they're
above and
debating the
beyond,
cultural
I just
commentary
doubt
issue.
the state's theory.
I'm gonna get prepared to
Okay,
wind this
yeah,
down,
I mean,
guys.
Sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
doubt-
that
I do
Also
doubt
because
the
we got a lot of
state's
shows
theory.
to do
I also
here.
am
I get it.
welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions,
They're not
if you want to talk
debating.
about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning
Oh
Point
my God.
USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But
Okay.
I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic
Mhm.
first of our actual.
If you guys want to continue watching, I recommend you check out the Crucible channel on YouTube. Give a shout out to Andrew Wilson for his efforts. This debate cost him $300,000. Shout out to PBD and Candace for doing it. I don't think Candace is completely wrong on all of these issues. I think she brings up some good points. I think it's she had brought up a point earlier that I had agreed with. There's questions of whether or not we want to trust the evidence, things they bring up. But the issue is that she brings up things that she states, he's a patsy. I believe he's a patsy. But there's not evidence to that effect. So, guys, check out PBD's podcast to keep watching. I'm going to start to wrap this up. And I'll just say this. Most obvious reason why we're wrapping it up, I got more shows to do. We got a ton of stuff we got to record on this end. And
All right, stop watching that one. Let's listen to Sneeko.
Then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell were they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, and this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is just like the craziest thing ever. This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why
doing
this
a good
was done.
job of
He
beating
tells
the
us the call
conspiracy
came from
theorist
the
allegations.
feds and the
She came with
governor's
facts.
office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard.
Because
In
Andrew's
order for
trying to
anybody
call
who
her,
peeped
oh, you're a
anything,
conspiracy
that was
theorist,
federal
but he didn't bring up any
territory,
claims.
so to speak. Maybe
He's
not
trying to
using
lean
the
into
best
that
cop term,
theory
but the feds
against
were in
her.
control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
This is an
Something,
interview
if
now
they
or a
had, I was
debate?
expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on
Right.
campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
Sure.
oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One
but
clear
All right, go back to Myron. worked on things that don't matter. Yeah, he's also relying on them as, you're basically allowing thinking that kids are smart enough to drive, right? While they're, you know, don't know how to drive. Because like when you're in the midst of a heated debate like this, you're not really worried about letting one person speak or other person or that, yeah, one the other person to speak while also trying to get your point across. You're only worried about just getting your point across, and that's it. You don't care about anything else, and you're about winning the debate and proving your point. That's why you can't rely upon people who are, this is a fierce debate. This is a very important debate, right? Like Andrew said, millions of dollars are on the line for really people on Candace's side who support her if Andrew wins this, of which there's nothing here. Like nothing has happened. There's been no movement of the needle at all. We're still in the same place that we were when we first started. Nothing has been solved yet. So They're probably pushing all of their content to Candace. That way she gets supported. That's what they're doing. They're supporting Candace. I think that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bro. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, like the only thing I can remember now is Andrew's like, what's your evidence that he's a patsy? Then Candace is like, well, what's your evidence that he isn't a patsy? Right? And that's all I can think of is like, the only thing I can remember is degraded DNA evidence on the rifle, and then her asking him about if he's an army sniper, and Andrew's like, I was never an army sniper. I worked for the NRA, and I teach people how to shoot guns and weapons. And then something about bullet fragments when they brought it up, and then Andrew read off that you can see Tyler Robinson say, you could probably see me on the surveillance footage. That's all I remember. That's literally it. That is all I remember, because it's like this. It's going like, it's like, bro, what the hell's going on, man? So yeah, I'm confused as fuck. That's all I remember. That's true. Oh, she's being a female. Being a female. She's being a female. That's what she. That's what happened. She's female right now. Yes. Yeah, you can. Mansplain. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So no, I don't have any evidence at this time. Hey man, at this moment, Candace is a feminist. She doesn't want to concede. Like when Andrew's trying to tell her, so no, you don't have any evidence at this point. That is a very logical thing to say, but she doesn't want to do it because she thinks she's going to look like she's losing, which is like that's a very womanly thing to do, right? Very feminist of her to do that. I would just say that I'm a fan of Candace. That's very feminist because you can admit when you say no, I don't have any evidence at this time, and, and you're fine. It's basically the same shit you said. It's the same thing. And she's like, "Oh, you're not going to tell me what to say, Mister." Like what? I feel keep going. So I think the main issue that's, and I already know this is going to happen on when they're probably on Monday when they both go back live. They're going to talk about this supposed debate. It's not even a debate. Andrew is a debater, and Candace Owens is a commentator. Candace doesn't debate. She gives her ideas and conspiracy theories and beliefs of how things are currently, what she sees from her perspective. Andrew does the same thing, but he wants evidence to back it, not just you know supposed make believe or like trust me bro type, like, oh, just trust me bro, I got this, trust me. Like Andrew doesn't go by that. So that's probably gonna be the issue. That's really the issue here. Being a female. A female. Yes, you do. What? Bro, I don't have to prove to you what I said. That doesn't make any sense. I don't have to prove to you what I said. Holy shit. This is pertinent to the debate because you're making claims of organizations or people that you supposedly think were involved in his murder. So that is important. I don't understand what she's saying here. That's why I say she's being a female. She's trying to run away. Yes. All right, let's see. Let's see what Sneako's saying. Sneako says he's trying to trap her. Well, you can only trap somebody when their evidence is wrong. You can't trap bad information or correct information or logical factual information. You can't trap factual information. So that's how you know she's wrong. Because if you're able to trap it, you're wrong. All right, let's go back to Myron. Question to questioners. You can just say no. It's very easy to just say no. Dang, cooking her. He's cooking her. Bro, what is she saying right now? You're chopping up a clip? Dude. But it's in reference to what you deny that you, well, she doesn't deny, she doesn't say yes or no to confirm what Andrew asked her if you think Erica Kirk's involved. She says she can't confirm or deny. But then he pulls up a clip that she thinks Erica has some type of involvement in it. So it's like, well, before you were like, no, I can't say yes or no. But then back then you said you think she's involved in it somehow. So it's like, okay, you contradict yourself there. Like, it's very weird why you want to just admit that you did do it or did say that. And it's just, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Yeah, complicit of covering, like, what is she complicit of making him a ham sandwich? Is she complicit of driving him to Walmart? Like, you know what he's talking about, Candace. Like, why is she trying to obfuscate from what she knows he's asking her? You literally said you think she's involved in her husband's death. That's literally what that clip was. And she's trying to like go away from it. It's like, obviously you're trying to infer something here. We know what you're trying to infer. We're not stupid. We're not low IQ.
Fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe,
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk?
There we go.
That's it?
That was being weird.
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact
that was, I ain't gonna lie. Look, the WWE Pyrotechnics, how excited she was after how much money they made. Fair. Candace, just say that. Like, she should have said that from the beginning. Like, this is why I think she's complicit. The Pyrotechnics was weird. Forgiving the guy the day after.
I think she's just trying not to get sued. You know, I think a lot of this also why we're confused about Candace kind of like running around. She doesn't want to get sued, right? So she's trying to not to put claims upon, because once you put claims upon people, obviously she'll get sued for defamation. So
like I didn't want to.
The fact that she's not answering the questions directly hurts her credibility. She's got to answer the questions more directly and be and keep it real.
Before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, they're
women, man.
I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like
Women,
there was any
like
issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded
Candace, please answer the question. What is she complicit in, please?
To kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to?
This is why everyone is getting mad.
To explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Because she'll have her chance to grill Andrew after this. They're both going to be able to cross-examine each other.
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what? And
what-
what dramatically transformed your opinion?
Supporters, I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. If you want to use, like, for
You're being tongue in cheek.
that's like normal tongue in cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being retarded.
No.
Hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue in cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue in cheek. Yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you.
Guys, we're going to have to watch on the Candace channel because I can't rewind it for some odd reason on Andrew's channel. I think he has a setup where if you hit play, it automatically goes right to where it's at. So it's hard to rewind.
Bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
I'm not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
Mhm.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
I
Is that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they
see
were
this-
just
I don't know about that one. He paid for this himself.
never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence that
No,
you're
be
sharing your
fair.
opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars. Okay. And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. Okay. You just do.
See, this is what I mean when I say like now we're getting into, you know what I mean? And that's been this debate the entire time is like they dislike each other. So there's a lot of, it's just inherently going to be attacks. It is what it is, That's why I wanted time rounds at the beginning, dude. That's why I wanted time rounds at the beginning.
Do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma.
To be fair, Charlie did say if anything happened to him, Erica Kirk would take over. He did say this when he was alive. He did.
Oh, you don't go into the office.
I'm sure many of you guys saw the clip. If you guys want, I can pull it up. Or someone in the chat could pull it up. But he did say that. If something happened to him, that she would take over.
Protect your husband's legacy.
Yeah,
right? And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to.
Now, I agree with that she's definitely not qualified to take over the company. I agree with that. But that's what he wanted, man.
Each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get.
like you
team
got
is
an answer to
asking
how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bone.
Now, the 30-06 argument is the strongest argument that the alternative theorists have. I will say that. That is the strongest argument they have. It's been something that's kept me very skeptical as well. You know, and it's a big reason why I've been reluctant to accept the official narrative 100% too. You know? Have. And this is why I want to go to the trial so bad.
Bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy when the surgeon said that to Colvin.
They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why?
Guys, do me a favor. Smash the like button on YouTube, guys. If you guys are watching on YouTube, show some love, man. Smash the like button. Okay, guys, I'd really appreciate that.
Hey, my stream lagging.
I'm demonetized on bitch ass YouTube. This is not my main platform. My stream went down earlier, which is why the viewership is lower than it should be. So smash the like button, guys. Let's get this thing up in the algorithm.
You keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't
so
prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't. But it's
What's this?
fine
already-
to ask it to back it
like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now.
Well, she did say previously that she remembers everything she says per video, but now she's saying she doesn't remember everything from this video. So it's kind of like, you know, she's going like this. She's being a woman, saying one thing, but doing another.
Inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a.
All right.
possibility,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that.
Spicy Taco, thank you. Negro says, losing respect for Candace can't even address her own claims when asked. Keep making excuses. I bet Andrew's screaming inside. Yeah, I like I said before, I think if she answered the questions more directly, it'd be better.
Theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is.
Yeah, and there's multiple videos that show that a shot rang out from other people, you know.
Like, where's the
And you can hear the echo, which shows that it was shot at a distance.
actual explosion?
Well,
smash the like button, guys. We're sitting at 667 likes only. Let's get to 2,000.
Now it is possible they shot. This is another conspiracy, but it is possible. You can shoot a gun and the bullet goes up in the air. You just point the weapon, bow, bullet goes up in the air. It doesn't actually shoot anybody. I don't know if she's gonna say that, but hey.
1,000 niggas. Smash that shit. I'm up early.
for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw.
And as usual, if I stop it, I will go ahead and speed it up so we catch up.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was.
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should.
Well, a lot of people think O'Neill lied about that. I don't know. A lot of SEALs said that he lied, that he wasn't the actual only shooter or killer, but that's a whole other thing.
Actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle. And that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You shoot 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away? That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward into the side. I don't really buy that. And I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the truth. And guys, let me be honest with you guys. Just because someone's a SEAL or a federal agent or a cop doesn't mean that they're a firearms expert. I'll go a step further. Guys that are in the military or police force, etc., tend to not be as big of guns experts because we are trained on specific firearms.
That's true. I was in the military. We're not trained on that shit. We're not experts on anything. Like, we barely go to the range, maybe twice a year at the most, maybe the least, just depending on your unit. And we're only trained to shoot really the M4. And we're not really that good at it. Most of us aren't even good at it, you know? So yeah, nobody's really an expert unless they're the range operator or maybe the gunsmith, you know, then yeah, you can make a case for them actually being experts because they teach you how to zero your weapon, how to group it in circles, and, you know, basically like where you should be looking at, like your nose should be right at the charging handle, you know, don't move, relax and don't breathe every time you shoot, you know. So they're more of an expert on it, but, you know, it doesn't mean that they're the best at ballistic
arms.
You know,
Okay, we are trained on specific firearms that are like when I was on a job. Like, all right,
It's big, and you're telling me it's gonna hit his neck,
Candace,
and
it's
then
not.
some other nigga says, "Bro, play the video." Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm about to send all you dumbass niggas a Shadowrun, bro.
Time to send you to the.
Because you're retarded, dude.
underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath.
And then some other nigga says, "Bro, play the video." Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm about to send all you dumbass niggas
Backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
The-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you think
platform.
that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mhm.
And I got another bitch ass nigga just play a damn debate. Get the fuck out of my chat, bro. You can play.
It's a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rabble Neal clip since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
All right, here we go.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother me. It bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like
And then also, this is a complete different scenario. Again, we're going into something that doesn't matter. We're talking about a 30-06, I think it was a Mauser, being shot from a significant distance. That's not the same as Rob O'Neill shooting someone with probably a fucking M4, right? Or an M16. I don't know what I think it's an M4 more than likely. He probably had a carbine, some kind of rifle when he did his operations. Completely different gun, completely different route, completely different distance.
Yep.
Not the same at all.
True.
5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. You're
Someone said he was a SEAL Team 6 sniper. They're not using Mausers to snipe, dude. You fucking retard. They're not using Mausers to snipe, dude. Like, we're literally comparing apples to oranges here.
your opinion's on a fact.
Motherfuckers are stupid.
That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if
Some of you guys in chat are retarded. Holy shit, man.
we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because life has a way.
And then Pat is running. Oh, he's not running ad. Okay. And they're gonna have a Vault conference, it looks like, as well. And there you guys go. Make sure you go to the Vault conference at the MGM Grand. Oh man. All right. So my thoughts so far. My thoughts so far. I wish they did time rounds. I don't like the open format. I feel like the first hour and a half to 2 hours or so could have been, they were arguing about things that didn't matter. I don't feel as though I understand Andrew or Candace's position better from watching this debate, which should be the whole purpose of the debate. You
Yep.
should be able to walk away as a viewer knowing exactly and precisely what each party believes in relation to the argument. Remember, guys, the argument was Candace Owens thinks that he's a patsy. Andrew Wilson believes that he is the shooter. There's more evidence to show that he is the shooter, and she's saying that the government has not proven that he is a shooter and he's a patsy. And I'm walking away from this discussion right now like, okay, I don't really know either of their positions, and the reason for this is because the moderation has not put a strict, I guess, control of them being able to articulate their points in relation to the argument. We've had a lot of sidebar arguments on things that aren't pertinent to the discussion. We've had a lot of different disagreements and grievances on, questions being framed a certain way, all this stuff. And it's like, I wish we would have had time rounds in the beginning. This forces each party to lay out their arguments, lay out their evidence for said arguments, right? And then force the other party to engage with said arguments. Okay? I think that is the best way to have a debate, because what ends up happening is, for example, Andrew could go first. This is what I think transpired in that day. This is my evidence for it. And then turn it to Candace. And then she can engage with what he said uninterrupted. Uninterrupted. Right? And then there's no bickering back and forth. It's just straight, here's what I think and here's my arguments. Then you respond to that and then go back and forth. And that allows us, the viewers, to be able to, number one, understand what their arguments are. Number two, see how each party engages with each argument. Because people see, and I'm telling you guys this as someone who debates all the time, right? Because a lot of these YouTubers don't fucking debate. And I got to give credit to both Candace and Andrew for even doing this. A lot of motherfuckers are sitting here, I'm going to go to give my comment, blah. Number one, most of you motherfuckers are stupid. Number two, most of you guys don't even understand how to debate properly. And then number three, most YouTubers would never debate because they're fucking terrified. Okay, so I'm going to give credit to both of them for even getting in the arena and debating. Okay? So with that said, it's one thing to have an opinion. It's another thing to have your opinion and or your arguments when someone challenges them. That's what's important. Okay? So I know in general, Candace and Andrew's positions, because obviously I'm keeping up with this, but I'm talking from a casual viewer's perspective. You're not going to walk away watching this debate knowing their takes, because they've been kind of arguing on things that don't matter. Now, and I expected that because they don't like each other. Whenever you take two people and you put them in a room and you have them debate each other that don't like each other, they're going to argue on everything because they're not going to concede shit. You could one guy could say the sky is blue, another person's going to say, well, actually it's light blue. That's how much they don't like each other, right? So with that said, this is why I think it's so important to have time rounds, because having time rounds forces each party to give their position, and then most importantly, forces the other party to engage with that person's position, because it's one thing for you to have your argument. It's another thing to have it's one thing to have a counter position. Does that make sense, chat? This is the beauty of debate. It's not about having your position. You have your position. But when someone else gives their position that counters yours, now you have to formulate your argument to counter their position, which is where the brain works. Doesn't take skill to have a position, as it takes skill to have your position, then counter someone else's position that is contrary to yours. And this is why most YouTubers and most people don't debate, because it's very fucking, it's not easy. It's difficult. It's very difficult. So you got to give credit where it's due. But I wish the moderation had taken that into account and understood this. And honestly, if I was the moderator, after that first part, I would have let them rock out, right, with the way that they did it with the open. But then I would have went and told them to the side, guys, look, we got to do time rounds. I'm being honest with you guys. If we don't do time rounds, this debate's going to look bad. We need to do time rounds. We need to do time rounds. We could do 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute, whatever it may be. But I don't know about you guys, and I'd love to get your guys' opinions on this. But as a casual viewer, I don't think you guys are going to be able to walk away and understand either party's real position here.
I understand their positions.
Because there's been a lot of back and forth and not much.
It's pretty simple. We left off where we started. We're at where we started, where we still don't understand. We didn't get anywhere. So yeah, we still left off with nothing. So I do understand. I am the casual viewer right now. I understand where we're at. nothing has been accomplished. That's basically what's been happening. So yeah.
Elucidation, which an explanation, and I feel bad for the viewers the most. Someone said Rogan would have been better. No, bro. No, you got to put a debater as the moderator, bro. I'm sorry. You got to put a debater as the moderator. PBD's not a debater. No, Joe Rogan's not a debater. These motherfuckers aren't debaters, so they don't understand this shit. I would have pulled them aside after the first hour or two, because I know that they probably agreed to doing like free flow debate, and I would have told them, look, guys, this is horrible for the audience. You guys are arguing over things that don't have to do with the debate. If you guys want this thing to actually be like a real debate where we can, like, you know, have the audience be able to understand your positions fully, we have to go to the time rounds, dude. We have to go to time rounds. And I think most people would agree with me that we're all walking away from this not really knowing what the fuck is going on. Someone says seems just fine to us so far. That's you, bro. A lot of people are but let's see. Let me hear.
Yeah, it's been great. Chat's been awesome. We've been having a good.
These are pro Candace people here. Let's see what they got to say.
Thanks. Is helping the case at all? Is this at least helping our side, the side that doesn't believe Fed slop? Do you think that Andrew Wilson is doing better than expected? Let us know in the comments.
We don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out.
Yeah, Top J says this debate, disappointed with this debate, L for everyone involved. Yeah, look, like I said before, this is why time rounds are so important, bro. Free flow debate in the beginning is retarded, especially when you have two people that dislike each other like this.
We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, well, Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
Bringing it up.
All right, let's go, guys. Switch
straight
on over.
To jail, straight.
Come on over, guys. Kick.com/MarioGainsX. We're switching on over. Let's go. We're getting off of bitch-ass YouTube. You guys know. Let's go.
To jail. We're questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously.
I'm going to end Twitter as well. Twitter and YouTube going down. Twitter and YouTube going down, guys. Kick.com/MarioGainsX. We are switching over. Twitter's going down now. Fuck Twitter. Fuck the worst. Elon Musk is a bitch. And then we're switching on over, taking off YouTube as well. Kick.com/MarioGainsX. Let's go, guys. Let's go. And we're going to analyze the debate fully also there as well. Let's go. Let's go, niggas. Kick.com/MarioGainsX.
Tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
but why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if you're just,
well, I can tell you they've definitely been sat down. I know that for a fact. SBI and the FBI have absolutely talked to Erica Kirk. I can say that with a fucking certainty. Law enforcement spoke to them.
Filling the air.
If your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said,
gosh, she's been sat down and questioned. I'll tell you that right now. She has been. I will answer that question for you, ninjas. She absolutely has been.
I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial.
See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. And now we're going to get into another example of they're going to argue about something that doesn't have to do with the debate.
Yeah. That's your choice, Candace. You choose what you want to present.
And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of...
Thank you very much to 3 Diglets.
Hang on.
And
there's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
And we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Points horse.
Oh,
I think a few of them were. Was there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims. Which is why you're asked about them,
well,
right?
Okay. But the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet claims. Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever. And then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
Well,
your team has one more clip they want to play for 7 days ago.
Sorry.
They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Oh, I thought they had.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back?
Come on, team.
Okay, beautiful.
Bruh. What the fuck are these niggas doing?
need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime.
All right.
Okay. Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has his
thing went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
said. I'll
towel.
hear It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- considered
DNA
this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it.
It's not a secret clip if you're the one that made the clip. How's it a secret clip? That doesn't make any sense. You're acting like he came in your house, recorded you while you're sleeping, or did something.
Clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but
Correct.
okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question,
Wait, does she not get to ask questions?
is that permitted?
Back.
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go ahead.
name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even, this is like,
Name all 7.
and I
Can
I
you
think
name
I-
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put your
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder, because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know 1 of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know they're texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was I downloaded for Russia.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend to know
if you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your questions.
So nothing there.
Do you have the steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
For those of you that don't know, what they're referring to is there was talk about a steakhouse. Okay, and this is why it's so important that. Okay, there was an allegation that Tyler Robinson ate at a steakhouse around the time, and that was supposed to be a reason. One of his one of the alibis as to him not being the shooter. Now, I've heard from two different sides that Tyler Robinson was not at the steakhouse from people. And from what I understand, I'll look it up for you guys as well, just because I want to keep it real, that the owner came out and said he was never there. But apparently they have a receipt that he was there, so we'll see. But that's what they're referring to for some of you guys that are confused about this steakhouse.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some.
Now, it's important for you guys to know the defense and law enforcement went also and did these interviews, and they're saying Tyler was not there. Hence, if he was there, the defense would have used it at their preliminary hearing, and they didn't.
Hard evidence, if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid? If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
under... And then you
under...
should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being... I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right,
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof.
To keep this simple for you guys, his defense didn't use it, man. Okay. So if it was, as powerful as they're saying, then it would have been used in the defense's argument in the preliminary hearing, and it wasn't used. And guys, Tyler has fantastic representation. He has very good lawyers. Since it's a death penalty case, they brought in 2 lawyers from California that specialize in this. So he definitely has good counsel. And the fact that counsel didn't use that in their preliminary hearing to, hurt the probable cause should tell you something.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
Died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
the
a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
But importantly, it hasn't been discussed by the defense either, which I think is the more important thing, because the defense would have used it to exonerate him if it were true, if we're going to be honest.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you
hairs.
Didn't, no, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him, when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break. and we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere,
All right. I think Andrew should have shown the text message on screen, but I see why he doesn't want to, because that might have private information. But the thing is that I know that her fans are going to run wild with that. They're going to run wild with that. Her audience is going to run wild with that. Because, look, I know Andrew personally, so I know why he didn't. And I understand and I empathize with it. But I know that her audience is going to run wild with it. So,
I mean, for being honest, nobody won the debate anyway.
Let's see what Crowder and them are saying.
Nobody won.
It's close.
And even though Tim
we'll do both. As you guys know, Crowder's pro Andrew. These guys are pro Candace. We'll do both. We'll try to be, we'll try to be neutral about this and be fair.
is clearly on the spectrum and he hates people and he pees in jars and has long nails.
But
the effort that everyone here puts in, we don't just do We'll Be Right Back. Commercials and sketches and things that are better than legacy media. So can everyone please just send a thank you, not to me, but to these folks here who make it happen. It's not easy to get clips in real time. It's not easy to get these commercials up and running. I sit down with Josh and Johnny Boy. I used to have to write everything myself. So grateful that I get to sit down with people whose company I enjoy. We write it, that we have a production team, that everyone here, wouldn't you feel embarrassed, Noodles, if all we had was a We'll Be Right Back?
Yeah.
Like that would be a screw up, right? We'd be like, oh my gosh, we didn't get in all the content. It may seem like a small thing. We'll be right back means, well, we don't care enough about the content. We just want your money. This is a content-driven space first. And I would say that compared to anybody else out there, and that really is because of an unbelievable team here. So you often don't get to see them. You don't know who they are. You'll see them in sketches.
Let's see what they're going to say here.
You want to go with your last couple?
Instead of taking a break and doing it or whatever, Yeah, it looks like we're, what is it, 50-50? You want me to run a poll here? I'll run a poll on my audience.
It's almost, you guys all do a
I'm not going to run a poll until after we're done. But since everyone's being Jewish and doing ads, bug it. We might as well. All right. This is paid advertisement for Rumble Wallet. They're sponsoring this portion of the show. All right, chat, real talk. If you actually want my attention, there's a clear line to it. Here's how it works. Prioritizing rants sent through Rumble Wallet. If you send one, I see it, and I respond. Simple as that. For a limited time, you can start your Rumble Wallet with $10 and your cuts through everything. So here's the move. Scan the QR code or use the link in my description. Download Rumble Wallet and try yourself. And don't forget to use the code Myron10 and claim $10 for tipping in USAT. Sending a tip is easy. Open a chat like you're sending a Rumble rant and hit pay with Rumble Wallet. This is basically the VIP lane. You want a shout out? You want me to actually engage with what you're saying? Use Rumble Wallet and claim $10 in USAT with my code Myron10. Then send in a rant. I'm watching for them. Restrictions apply. There are a limited number of entries available. And as you guys know, restrictions always apply. There's a limited number of entries available. Terms and conditions apply. See the description below at rumble.com/promo official rules for details. So, yeah, guys. But yeah, I think we might. Are we back?
Live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well.
And I got to give credit. Sitting down and doing a live debate is not easy.
Well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. He said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence.
Yeah, I would say from that perspective, it is a stalemate. I wish we got more into the Patsy stuff.
Convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking Miss on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning,
I think the audience lost.
Yeah.
I think the audience lost.
All of this is because of how much
the audience are the biggest losers here, because we did not have a properly moderated debate where both parties were forced to give their positions and the other actually engaged with the other person's positions. That's what happened. Someone said salty much Myron. I'm not salty. How many times do I have to say during this broadcast, it's good that they had PBD on because he has a big audience. He has 2 million subscribers. It's good. But I said we need to have time rounds. How many times do I got to fucking say that, you fucking retarded faggot? Okay? Motherfuckers are retarded, bro. Oh, did it end? Hold on.
You went, recorded what you searched, and studied your... It hasn't been ruled out. You know it's to happen and God wanted.
Again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. That was tough.
Yeah, it was trash.
Or perhaps we call it 12 years of Candace. That's what we do, but we talk about that.
All right. Well, I guess I'll end my first stream there. So yeah, thank you guys for watching, and yeah, catch you guys later.